No, thank you very much. In keeping with our tradition, I'm now about to right and to my left. And having done so, I now invite members to observe a moment of silence for prayer and meditation. Please be seated. Honorable members and delegates, let me remind all of you that rules as well as processes apply for this hybrid sitting. I would also like to remind delegates of rules relating to virtual and hybrid meetings and sittings, in particular, sub-rule 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103, which provides as follows: that the hybrid sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that delegates in the hybrid sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces. That for purposes of the quorum, all delegates who are logged on to the virtual platform shall be considered present. That delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak. That delegates should ensure that the microphones on the electronic devices are muted and must always remain muted unless they are permitted to speak. That all delegates in the chamber must connect to the virtual platform as well as insert their cards to register on the chamber system. That delegates who are physically in the chamber must use the floor microphones, and that all delegates may participate in the discussions through the chat. In addition, I would like to remind delegates that the interpretation facility is active. Further, that interpretation services are provided from the prevalent languages used by the delegates to the NCOP into English. Permanent delegates, special delegates, SARGA representatives, and members of the executive on the virtual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on the electronic devices is properly activated to facilitate access to interpretation services. Permanent delegates, special delegates, SARGA representatives, and members of the executive in the chamber should use the interpretation instruments on their desks to access the interpretation facility. Honorable delegates, before we proceed, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Minister Lindiwe Zulu and the Deputy Minister of Social Development, the Minister and Deputy Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Minister and Deputy Ministers in the Presidency, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, MECs, permanent delegates, and all special delegates to the House. Of course, we know that MEC in Challenge, I'm sure there may be other MECs present as well. Welcome. I would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of 40 grandmothers and the elderly from an organization called Grandmothers Against Poverty and AIDS, CAPA, which was started as a self-help project in Khayelitsha, and has grown to over 600 members in the Western Cape. You are welcome. I'd also like to take this opportunity, lastly, to welcome the Deputy Speaker of Ethiopia and the delegation. I'll ask them to stand up. Please stand. Oh, they're still coming. Okay, no, thank you very much. Honorable delegates have been informed that there'll be no notice of motion or motions without notice for today's sitting. We will therefore proceed to the first order, policy debates on budget vote 19, Social Development Appropriation Bill, B3-2023, National Assembly, SEC 77. I now call on Honorable Minister Lindwe Zulu of Social Development to open the debate. Yes. Please put it on. Yes,
I wanted to see whether if I stand on this is better or standing here. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. It's always a pleasure for us to be here, see Department here, Social Development, honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, my colleague, the Deputy Minister of Social Development, Honorable Henrietta Bokhopane Zulu, ministers and deputy ministers present here, Ngibabonile, our Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability. We know that you also have your debate. Honorable Chairperson and members of the Select Committee on Health and Social Services, honorable members of the Executive Council for Social Development in our 9 provinces, in Mpumalanga, at least we can see them. Acting Director General, Mr. Mkunu, CEOs of both SASSA and NDA, acting CEO, Mr. Mahlangu, where SASSA, and then acting CEO, where National Development Agency, Ushapolosa, Sino Board Chairperson also, I think Nonke Nyamazi, Omam Ruth Bengu, who is here, she's now the Chairperson of the NDA, Chairperson of the Central Drug Authority, Miss Nandi Mayatula Koza, I think abaningi na bayamazi, Registrar of the South African Council of Social Service Professions, Miss Langi Malamba, naye ukhona, bantu basemakhaya, Molweni, Sanbonani, Lochani, Afsheni, Dumelang, Dimasiari. I also would like to thank you, Chairperson, for the previous salutations that you already did for Ogogo, Abakhona, Namhlanje. We thank them for having tracked down here, and we thank their management and everybody who agreed to make the arrangement for them to be here. But also, most importantly, we would like to thank our visitors from Ethiopia and say to them, you are welcome to South Africa. This is our democracy. This is how we do things. This is how we work. Permit me, Chairperson, to convey my condolences to families of the late Honorable Tina Jumat Peterson, whose passing away unexpectedly, we learned yesterday, really devastated us and shocked us. And I think MEC Vilagazi from the Northwest was here, and she was with us yesterday at the meeting of the MECs, our MINMEC. And I think she's busy with that now because she got the news while we were just sitting there at the meeting. And we are pained by what happened, but I also would like to take this opportunity to say to us as South Africans, can we be human? Can we be people who understand that umuntu oshonile akukhulunywa ngayo into ebhedayo? Umuntu oshonile siyalinda ukuthi family mourn her and do everything that is necessary. So bonke ababhizi balahlela i-information no nento ezingasihlali kahle thina sama member we-African National Congress. Ngicela ukuthi sithi ake sithi ukwehlisa kancane. until ifamily ize ikwazi ukumbeka mangabe ke khona abantu abaphethe izinto ezithize mabazibeke esayidini okwamanje ngesidile nale pain esikuyo. At the same time, ngicela ukuthatha lethuba ngibonge ukuthi siyama South Africans also we are very appreciative of the contributions that have been made by some of these comrades, including Utina Jumat. I'd also like at this point in time to also thank the late Ambassador Masetla, who was South Africa's ambassador to Algeria, and he ranks among the country's legendary directors general. These are a few among countless colleagues who touched my life in many ways, and I cannot even start to say. I'm grateful for their lives, and I think I'm not the only one who's grateful for the lives of those who contributed to the liberation struggle, but they went beyond the contribution of liberating this country. They made sure that they join us in developing institutions of government, institutions of governance, and made sure that they contribute to a free and democratic South Africa. Wherever they are, they must watch us. We will build this country brick by brick until it comes to what we want it to be. I thank this opportunity to present you to the budget 2023-24 budget vote for the Department of Social Development under the theme DSD at work, leaving no one behind. This takes place as we consolidate the work and commitments that we enabled throughout the sixth administration. Particularly, this relates to our ongoing investments in ensuring that the quality of the people of South Africa is improved. Ours is to contribute towards creating a conducive environment for South Africans. We are duly tabling budget vote 19 of the Department of Social Development before you immediately following the closing of the National Child Protection Week that ran from the 28th May until yesterday, the 4th of June, under the theme, Protection of Children During and After COVID-19. While we launched the week here in Hot Bay, here in the Western Cape province, we concluded it in Manzini in Mpumalanga, and we wish to thank the Mpumalanga province for having taken us through, and we commemorated the day very well, but at the same time, very painfully, listening to children telling us about the things that pains them in their homes, on the streets, in taxis, in buses, in schools and everywhere. Listening to the children also of the experience of children who are molested. But what pained me most was to sit in front of a mother who lost her child, two mothers who lost their children because somebody somewhere thought killing a child and using their body parts will give them something. It is our responsibility as South Africans to end it. It is our responsibility, house to house, street to street, community to community. It is time we all stood up collectively, even forgetting our political differences, to end this violence against women and children, and in particular, against children. This year's commemoration focused on orphans and vulnerable children, as well as the rape, sexual abuse, and killing of children. We engage these focus areas by receiving first-hand accounts, as I've immediately said. This theme recognizes the need for our collective as a society, inclusive of each other and every one of us and family in every community in the 52 districts and metropolitan municipalities of our country, to personally care for every child and help the children of South Africa to develop multiple resilience strategies and life skills by which they will successfully navigate the different challenges that our society encounters. Our society encounters many challenges, and this is not the time for us to be pointing fingers at each other. This is the time, just like we did during the liberation struggle, it is the time for us to unite and build our country. As we strengthen our prevention measures to create safe environments wherein children can thrive, the different spheres of government, civil society organizations, and multilateral partners will continue this campaign, as we say, 365 days program, the same as we say against violence and abuse of women, it's 365 days. Likewise, this tabling comes right at the outset of our commemoration of the Youth Month under the theme Accelerating Youth Economic Emancipation for Sustainable Future. MEC and Njali, as we were going now driving to the airport, I was looking at the beautiful farms with all the nice oranges and the trees are full. And I was saying to myself, this is what South Africa needs. But I was asking myself the question, when are the young people, Black South Africans, get the opportunity also to own those farms and be able to run very productive farms? So it is our responsibility to make sure that as we drive around and see the economy of our country, we see it also in the hands of Black people who were never given the opportunity. 300 and something years of oppression, now they have to speed up and catch up with everybody. Let that be our responsibility. The complexity of unbearable socio-economic challenges that today's youth have to contend with have been established in the 2022 Status of Youth Report. A few that are relevant to the social development portfolio include: 1, outside of the added hardship of COVID-19 imposed on South Africa's youth, their health-related prospects have been growing dimmer. This includes areas such as nearly non-existent medical insurance coverage, the persistent recurrence of mental health challenges, and the accompanying suicide epidemic among youth, the growing number of female youth who experience unwanted and unplanned pregnancies, the mounting phenomenon of substance abuse. 2, whereas only 3.4 million youth were employed, another 10.3 million who were aged between 15 and 34 years were not in employment, education, or training. This is what we need to focus on. 3, in 2021, youth-owned enterprises were only 23.9% of the total number of small and medium enterprises. 4, the number of male and female youth who live in incomeless household is in the increase. 5, at least 3.4 million youth indicated that their primary source of livelihood were social grants. This is what this government does. And if there's one thing that we need to say, we will fight to make sure that the grants are there, to make sure that the grants cover everyone who needs it, so that we get a chance of lifting them up. 6, the promotion of youth living below food poverty line and the lower bound poverty line, respectively, are on the increase. 26.5% or 4.6 million of South African households were headed by youth, with 73.1% of these being in Gauteng province. And 12.8 of or 2.6 million of South African youth lived in households that experience hunger. The highest proportion of youth who lived in households that experience hunger were in the Northwest Province, 26.4, the Western Cape Province, 21.4, and the Northern Cape Province, 20.7. And what we do as a Department of Social Development, working together with the MECs, the departments, is to focus on dealing with poverty. We have to get rid of poverty in South Africa. Honorable Chair, for these reasons, our collective ought to agree that the economic emancipation of this demographic group, as well as all qualitative improvement of the state of the people in the different communities and provinces where they live, should take precedence over the ideological and other differences between us. As a result, in tabling budget 19 of the Department of Social Development, I'm calling upon each one of us to join efforts under a people, public, private, civic, academic, multilateral partnership that is enabled by the Social Sector Framework Agreement. There is a silver line, and I'm hoping that people can see that and they catch it. As we are tabling budget 2023-24 vote, we reiterate our most pressing concerns that are: 1, the social development budget allocation has not kept pace with our growing population and complexity of their social development needs. 2, equally concerning are the rising costs of unfunded and underfunded mandate that the social development portfolio is expected to implement. 3, completing these 2 points is the recognition that is slow institutionalization of the cabinet adopted district development model, whose prospects and effectiveness we hope would help us to attend to the social development needs of different communities. Noting these, we plead with the honorable members of the National Council of Provinces to strengthen the relevant resources and institutional shortfalls towards ensuring that the social development portfolio meaningfully attends to the aspirations of our people. Working together in pursuit of realizing the aspirations of the people of South Africa during the 2023-24 financial year, we will give priority to 1, working together with other mandates or spheres of government towards producing South Africa's poverty alleviation strategy, which include the policy on the basic income grant support for 18 to 15-year-old people who are not working. In part, this addresses the economic exclusion. Labahlali babangumsindo ukuthi sinikeza abantu imali, siyobanikeza abantu imali mabengenalutho. And siyazi ukuthi futhi masibanikeza le mali asibinikezeli ukuthi bayiwaste or badlale ngayo. Leyo imali abaphila ngayo abantu. So laba bathi ayikho imali basibangela umsindo, sicela ukubatshela ukuthi umsebenzi wethu is to make sure that our people are lifted out of poverty. 2, optimizing the sisakhuluma lokho futhi sifuna ukusho ukuthi umsebenzi wokukhipha abantu bethu kuyi-poverty akuwona umsebenzi we-department we-social development yodwa. Wonke ama-departments we-government kufuneka amake sure ukuthi we create the conducive environment from education to health to transport to all the departments. La sihamba khona sisebenzela into eyodwa, uku-improve impilo zabantu, and we must be united in doing that. 2, optimizing the performance of non-profit organizations while implementing a risk-based supervision framework that will prevent the abuse of NPOs in money laundering and terrorism financing and proliferation. Department, we spent 8.2 billion, if not more, on NPOs. Sithi kuma NPO akhona sawuqhubeka nani sinikeze lo msebenzi kodwa nani kufuneka ni account ngoba i-taxpayers money. Akufunekanga ukuthi ku-account ohulumente yedwa. Wonke umuntu onikezwa imali yakahulumente kufuneka amake sure ukuthi that money is spent on what it was meant for. 3, strengthening the provision of care and support services for survivors of gender-based violence and femicide through provision of operationalization of shelters, economic participation, and psychosocial support services. This includes the provision of relevant infrastructure in provinces that do not have these. 3, at this point, please allow me to express my heartfelt condolences to the families and friends of all the victims of gender-based violence in our communities. And I say, together, together we can stop it. 4, expanding community-based childcare and protection services as well as early intervention services. 5, creating employment opportunities, because sometimes, but all we do is department consumption. But at the same time, we look for opportunities, especially for young people and young women. We want them to have less of the children so that but mabeqeda isikolo ngoba nakhona esikolweni bakhishelwa uhulumente, mabeqeda isikolo bakwazi ukuya kuma technicons, bakwazi ukuya kuma university. Futhi sithi kwi-department ye-education sicela ukuthi ama-technicons abe more ngoba akusiwo wonke umuntu ozoya e-university. Some need to go to technicons. 6, scaling up interventions that address the scourge of alcohol and substance abuse and associated challenges of gangsterism. Yabona ke enye into nje ecasulayo yile nto ukuthi mawuthi uhamba 5-10 steps in our communities kune bar, kune tavern, kuna wonke lawo. Sicela labo ababanikeza labantu ama-license ke bayeke ukunikeza ama-license where the licenses are being issued next to the school, next to a church, closer to the people. Mawuya nje kwezinye indawo kulabo abanye abantu ababes oppressor before, awuzuthola ama tavern agcwele yonke indawo. Kutheni thina sigcwalisa ama tavern? Ngathi khona umuntu uthi asibaliyekeni lapho baphuze utshwala bengezi ngapha bazofuna economy ye country. Developing and operationalizing the National Integrated Social Protection Information, which is NISPIS, working with stakeholders across government, the private sector, and so forth. And having identified these priorities, I'm tabling vote number 19 of the Department of Social Development as follows. The total budget allocation for the National Department of Social Development 2023 is 263 billion. Included in this is the amount of 253 billion that consists of direct transfer cash payments to SASSA, expects to pay to a projected 27 million eligible grant beneficiaries by March 2024. Unfailingly, and from Akon Hook to across the country, SASSA will continue to pay the social grants. The department's total allocation for 2023-24 financial year includes an additional 41 billion that will be directed towards one, the implementation of administration of COVID-19 SRD. Le langhamba kona bathi hayi siyafuna 350 wethu. Siyanicela ukuthi 350 wenu sabele kusulwela kodwa kufuneka usebenzise ngendlela right lo 350 so that sokwazi ukubuyela kwa treasury sithi hayi bayisebenzisa right le mali sicela ukuthi ke nikhuphule. The inflationary increase of the value of the grants is 5.8 billion. The compensation of employees is 15 million. The department's total budget allocation included an amount of 7.8 billion for SASSA's administration of grants. 220 million will be transferred to NDA for this entity to carry out its mandate where the people live. And I must indicate that we have asked NDA to also find creative means of fundraising from other international development agencies and all other people who can be able to put more money. The program deliverable during 2023.
As you conclude, Minister.
As I conclude, Chairperson, I want just to indicate that yonke le mali engibalayo goes towards administration, goes towards comprehensive social security and administration, goes towards welfare policy development and implementation support, and it goes to SASSA, it goes to the NDA. Ngicela ukubonga, ngibonga ukuthi nginikezwe ithuba, ngiphinde ngibonge futhi nalabo engisebenzisana kahle nabo in all the departments and in the private sector too. Together we can do and we can build a better South Africa.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now proceed to Honorable Njadu.
Chairperson. Chairperson.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson.
Hey, buela kutswang, reba muliko, buela kutswang, kadi nadam.
Let me also acknowledge the Honorable Minister Lindiwe Zulu, Deputy Minister.
We'll call on Honorable Mahlangu to please desist from disturbances from the virtual platform.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon. And let me also acknowledge Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister. MECs, on all honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, Dibulise omama ogogo abalapha namhlanje, siyabulela kakhulu banibe lapha. Budget vote 19, Honorable Chairperson, protecting the well-being of the poor and the vulnerable through the comprehensive social security system. South Africans remain vulnerable to the country's triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. In accordance with its 2023-2024 deliverables, the Department of Social Development is committed to strengthening mechanisms that seek to protect the well-being of the poor and vulnerable through a comprehensive social security system by administering various relief and unemployment programs which seek to reduce poverty and inequality, build a united and prosperous country for all. South Africa has a significant number of people living in poverty, which makes them vulnerable to socio-economic risk, such as unemployment, abuse, exploitation, and crime. However, through a comprehensive social security program, the Department of Social Development is able to provide a safety network that helps reduce poverty, supporting this need, which economic relief, which will afford them basic necessity to live dignified lives. Currently, the system protects a total number of child support grant beneficiaries at 13.4 million, the total number of disabilities grant beneficiaries at 1.1 million, the total number of foster care grant beneficiaries over 246,000, to mention some of the grant programs. By resolving socioeconomic inequalities, a well-implemented social security system can help people break away from the cycle of poverty and promote social cohesion and inclusion. A robust social security strategy can boost South Africa's economy through promoting social mobility and creating a productive workforce that is ready to work and can contribute to business and the economy through their buying power. A comprehensive social security system goes beyond simply providing an income to people, but rather also encompasses to programs and activities that promote human development, such as skills development, educational empowerment, and healthcare services. Central to the social transformation is the empowerment of the people for self-liberation. Transition grant recipients to sustainable economic activities should be of our comprehensive social security system as part of realizing the constitutional commitment of freeing the potential of all South Africans. Our comprehensive social security system should break the poverty trap, and since the democratic government, we have observed that social intervention have contributed in breaking the cycle of poverty. Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Social Development has made strides in the distribution of numerous grants, which have had a substantial socioeconomic impact in decreasing poverty and inequality, such as the child support, old age persons, disability, and foster child grant. These grants have played a critical role in lowering poverty levels by assisting millions of individuals and households to meet their basic needs and enhance their quality of life. The impact of grants goes beyond immediate financial relief, but also help to reduce inequality and help bridge the socioeconomic divide by giving target assistance to the underprivileged. While the Department of Social Development grants program has helped to reduce poverty and inequality, it is crucial to recognize that challenges and gaps remain. It is imperative that we continue to invest in improved and efficient ways of administering grants and improving accountability. This will ensure that the program realizes its objectives and improves the lives of many South Africans. Honorable Chairperson, implementing a basic income grant offers a safety net for people who are unable to find work by providing a consistent and dependable source of income. The government can help them meet basic needs, improve living conditions, and alleviate financial hardships for the recipients and their families. Despite these being challenges around the administration of the basic income grant funding, monitoring and evaluation, the advancement of a sustainable social protection system through the basic income grant in South Africa has the potential to make significant strides in reducing poverty, promoting inequality, stimulating the economy, and empowering individuals. Extensive consultations and collaboration with relevant stakeholders are essential for an effective and sustainable execution of the program. The effects of COVID-19 worse an already dire situation by crippling the economy through stringent relations which limited economic activities from sectors of society, thus increasing job loss and unemployment. Government's response through the social relief of distress provided a safety net for the vulnerable through initiatives which sought to provide financial relief and minimize the impact of the restrictions brought about by COVID-19 and the country's slow economic growth and employment rate. According to the research conducted in the Department of Policy Research Unit, the DPRU, based in the School of Economic at the University of Cape Town, Professor Harold brought titled Cash Transferred Aid Labor Market Recovery, Evidence from South African Special COVID Grant findings indicate that COVID-19 social relief of distress grants brought millions of previously unreached adults in the system, and that the grant was relatively well targeted, with close to 60% of recipients being non-employed, and the remainder mostly being informally employed. In their multi-rave modeling, found that the chronic non-employed were 51% more than likely to receive of the grant. Honorable Chairperson, it is therefore critical that we view social protection as a critical imperative for poverty eradication and fighting unemployment. It must be developmental and should be understood in the context. Further, the research sought to estimate the causal effect of COVID-19 grant received in labor market outcomes among the non-employed, with the findings that the COVID-19 grant is distinct in South Africa's social instance system, given that it is the first grant in the country to target unemployed. Our preferred estimate suggests that recipients of COVID-19 grant increase the probability of job search by more than 25%. Honorable Chairperson, although the social relief of distress program has shown great positive results, there are significant challenges such as problems which targeting beneficiaries, accessibility of the service, and grant duration. In order for the program to be more impactful and assist its intended beneficiaries, it is necessary to evaluate long-term sustainable programs such as the basic income grant. Lastly, Chairperson, cash payment service as a vehicle for distribution have played a vital role in assisting to addressing economic disparity, stimulating local economics, reducing poverty, and improving the building of a more economically inclusive society. We need to also leverage cash payment to transform the financial sector through support financial technology, innovations, and digital banks. We need to ensure that our small businesses and local enterprises can have innovative systems to be distributors of cash payment. This will assist in addressing the concentration of key retail enterprises who receive a significant spend from cash payments. Through cash payments have a positive impact. The program has the potential to be improved by maximum its impact through improved mechanisms for administering and managing the program beneficiary identification and development of programs that seek to improve recipients' financial management skills. This helps to ensure that payments reach their intended beneficiaries and that they get the information they need to make informed economic decisions. The African National Congress support vote 19. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Njadu. We'll now move on to Honorable Christian.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable Minister, and fellow South Africans, good day. Honorable Chairperson, just before I start, I would like to extend our heartfelt condolences to the grieving family and friends and colleagues of Honorable Tina Jumet. May they find strength, solace, and support during this incredibly difficult time. Our heartfelt condolences to the ANC and our colleagues. Honorable Chairperson, the role of the Department of Social Development is in providing crucial support and assistance to those in need has never been more vital than today. However, it is evident that the department is falling desperately short of their responsibilities, and the consequences of this shortfall are being felt by the most vulnerable members of our society. We should all be deeply concerned about the state of social services in our country. South Africa is facing a multitude of challenges and experiencing a pervasive sense of pessimism and distress. The time for decisive action by South Africans is now. One of the key responsibilities of the Department of Social Development is to implement the National Strategic Plan to eradicate gender-based violence and femicide. However, the sad reality, Minister, is that gender-based violence and femicide victims continue to suffer, losing hope that the government will ever protect them. Gender-based violence and femicide continue to escalate, leaving victims hopeless and disillusioned. The budget cuts imposed on non-profit organizations further exacerbate the problem, as these organizations provide valuable services to support and protect these victims. It is unacceptable that one woman is raped every 3 hours in South Africa. Furthermore, it is nauseating that South Africa is regarded as the rape capital of the world. We must create safe environments for victims to report incidents of violence, abuse, ensuring that they receive the necessary empathy, care, and justice without judgment. The Department of Social Services, together with sister departments, have failed to take decisive action and create safe environments where victims can report incidents without fear of judgment or further harm. Furthermore, the recent restructuring of the department's budget threatens the well-being of thousands of individuals who depend on NPOs, abused and vulnerable children in care, as well as vital HIV and AIDS services. The department only spent 66.8% of their HIV and AIDS budget. This implies that the funds designated for critical HIV and AIDS awareness programs were left untouched. This, despite their desperate need. Disturbingly, the country continues to be ravaged by HIV and AIDS, highlighting the urgency for effective utilization of these resources. As the Minister rightfully said, our children are suffering. There are 2.9 million orphan children in the system, with no comprehensive legal solution to their plight. The growing crisis in the child sector, including orphaned and abandoned children, malnutrition, the escalation of drug abuse, demand our immediate attention. We need more social workers. The department recently reported to us in the Select Committee that more than 55,000 social workers were needed. Yet the department only has 22,000 in the system. And thousands of social workers are currently at home, unemployed. This is a far cry from the NDP target, and not nearly enough funds are allocated towards addressing this deficit by 2030. It is unacceptable that children as young as 9 are falling victim to drug abuse, and that the well-being of our future generation is at risk. The reduction of the community development program further exacerbates these challenges. Minister, the recent chaos surrounding SASSA card renewals and the malfunctioning systems have left millions of South Africans in despair. The South African Post Office and Post Bank, entities that are meant to support our most vulnerable, have failed to meet their responsibilities. This is unacceptable. We need a system that is efficient, reliable, and accessible to all, regardless of their location or age. Additionally, the department must tackle the issue of fraud and corruption within the department. This only serves to further cripple its ability to provide effective social relief. The Minister has also made note of the high unemployment rate in our country. And this further exacerbates the previous challenges mentioned. Unemployment has left millions without hope and dignity. The ruling party, who promised a better life for all, has failed to create the jobs necessary to restore the prosperity and well-being of our people. It is disheartening to witness an expanding unemployment rate of 42.6%. We cannot continue to turn a blind eye to the struggles of more than 22 million South Africans searching desperately for employment opportunities. The Financial and Fiscal Commission has rightly highlighted the challenges posed by the rising food costs and overall increase in the cost of living, which directly impacts our households. The FFC has recommended the urgent finalization of sustainable and permanent support of unemployment individuals aged between 18 and 59. It is crucial to address this matter promptly, especially considering that the value of the SRD grant has remained unchanged since its inception. The issue of hunger and poverty cannot be ignored. More than 18 million people in our country are living in poverty, struggling to meet their basic needs. The department has no comprehensive plans to address this issue and provide relief to those in need. Social assistance grants must be increased according to inflation rates to ensure that South Africans can lead dignified lives. The ANC's repeated promises of unity, renewal, and decisive action for the betterment of the people, it is evident that these pledges have lost their impact after being reiterated countless times over the past 3 decades. The familiar echoes of these assurances resemble an old broken record as they resurface during every single election period, leaving us questioning their authenticity and timeliness. My fellow South Africans, it is time for a democratic revolution at the polls. The ANC government's time is up. It is time for a government that will prioritize the restoration of dignity, the creation of jobs, and the alleviation of poverty. The Democratic Alliance is committed to addressing these pressing issues and ensuring a brighter future for all, as is evident everywhere where we govern. When we are elected in the 2024 elections, when the Moonshot Pact is brought into action, we will make sure that social grants are timelessly and effectively paid, ensuring that our most vulnerable citizens receive the support they deserve. We will tackle crime, drug abuse head on, ensuring the safety and security of our communities. Sufficient resources will be allocated to employ an adequate number of social workers, ensuring that their valuable work can reach those in need. We will restore the dignity of our people in South Africa. That will be our core mission. I thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable member. We will now proceed to Honorable B. Fanta on the virtual platform.
Thank
Honorable
you.
Fanta.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Deputy Chairperson of NCOP, Minister and the Deputy Minister, MECs of Social Development present here today, honorable members, our social partners and guests connected from various social media platforms. I greet you all. Nditi Potan Molweni. I rise here on behalf of the Eastern Cape government to support and affirm the budget as outlined by the Minister, Mamulindi Wezulu. Also, masidlulise uvelwano olunzulu kwifamily kamama Honorable Jotina. Sithi may her revolutionary soul rest in peace. This debate takes place at a time where we are commemorating the Youth Month, a sector that has been hard hit by a plethora of challenges, including poverty, unemployment, and inequality. This sector really needs special focus, particularly in view of escalating social ills of substance abuse, violence, and other social crimes in our communities. Kodwa le department ikhokhelwa nguwe Mama uZulu. Endithi xa ndibiza indoda kubahlolokazi, kumsulu wenyembezi kumehla lilayo, uyise wenkedama indoda kubahlolokazi nyani. The levels of unemployment have increased years, and this has further deepened and compounded one of the greatest threats to the development of communities, which is poverty. This continues to call on all of us, both in the public and private sector, to hold hands in the effort to help our communities on this mission. Chairperson, we are also witnessing an increase in the number of violent crimes, such as murder in the Eastern Cape, especially in Gqeberha. These cruel acts are taking place in communities that have been at a peace for quite some time, which is an indication of serious demon that seems to be engulfing communities. The crime statistics as presented by South African Police Service indicate an upward trajectory in the Eastern Cape in particular, an indication of an unsafe communities and need a strengthening basic social values. Honorable members, this budget is tabled here today as we are concluding the business of the sixth administration. Yiloo nto sikhawulezisa ukuya ebantwini ukuqinisekisa ukuba amaphulo esiwenzayo ayaphucula ubomi babantu bakuthi, ingakumbi abangathathi ntweni iimpula zikalujaca, and athathe achukumise ncakasana kwimeko yobomi babo kwiphulo lobomi obungcono elikhokelela kumbutho wesizwe. Chairperson, the challenges facing the Eastern Cape continues to be multifaceted, but in the main, they are as follows: high unemployment and job losses in the province, increasing reports of social ills and distress in the province, owing to challenges at a family and a community level, issues such as violence, drugs and substance abuse, and child neglect and malnutrition. Social exclusion and social ills hamper economic and social growth. Women at the periphery of socio-economic space, vastly increasing vulnerability and food security among households due to COVID-19 pandemic. Fragile state of social cohesion, escalating levels of crime and social violence. Flowing from the 2019 to 2024 medium-term strategic framework, the Eastern Cape Department of Social Development adopted 8 priorities to realize MTSF as follows: strengthen the provision of childcare and protection, strengthen the provision and early intervention programs on GBV and femicide, improving sustainable community development interventions, enhancing participation, mainstreaming, and empowerment of all vulnerable groups, the persons with disabilities, youth, and women development, growing and strengthening of NPO sector through improving monitoring and management, reducing the rate of unemployed social workers, strengthening district operations to be hubs of service delivery and development in line with district development model, building a capable ethical developmental state for effective service delivery. With these 8 priorities, we seek to advance the realization of the department's vision of a caring, self-reliant society through promotion and protection of quality, sustainable livelihoods of the poor, vulnerable, and marginalized groups in order to deal with social ills such as GBV and femicide, poverty, child abuse, substance abuse, food insecurity, crime, HIV, and other hostile social disorders. Chairperson, in appreciating the budget vote tabled here by Minister today, in the same vein, we want to applaud the department for prioritizing of the appointment of social service practitioners this financial year. As a province, we must acknowledge that we still have high number of unemployed social work graduates. This is a serious concern in the light of the prevailing social ills and foster care backlogs. Furthermore, the budget for compensation of employees has declined significantly over the years, which makes it difficult to absorb social work graduates that have been funded by the government. However, in the current foreign year, we will be employing 200 social workers. Further to that, the safety of social workers constitute one of the high priority areas of the province. We have been compounded with a number of social workers who have been mugged and victims of robberies whilst on duty in areas such as Gqeberha and Eastern Cape. Social workers provide services in an increasingly complex, dynamic social environment, and their client base is broad. Working with the South African Police Services and ward councillors and community forums, we have managed to reduce the incidence of robberies of our SSPs as we endeavor to create a conducive working environment for them. Chairperson, the importance of partnership between government and NPO sector in the pursuit of common goal of building a better life for all, for our people, cannot be overemphasized. There's one organization that respects NPOs because we know where we're coming from with NPOs. We are free because of them. They played a major role when many of us today that are making noise were not for us, they were against us. But those NPOs managed to take us where we are now. In the same vein, allow me to acknowledge the important contribution of non-profit organizations in the struggle against colonial oppression and apartheid. They played a major role in our struggle. Hence, we do not play about them. We respect them. As a country, we long had been vibrant non-profit organizations that provided important frontline services to help meet the needs of those involved in the liberation struggle and the destitute. Naba ngoku sesinabantu abangathi bazixabise kakhulu, babona all the faults that we are doing. Thina as ANC-led government, we respect those NPOs. As a department, we endeavor to improve service delivery excellence, focusing on NPO sector, which is central to our service delivery model, as well as the welfare sector. We appreciate the immeasurable contribution to the NPOs that they are playing for service delivery and social protection of vulnerable and marginalized in our communities. Thus, we strive to significantly improve on the payment of subsidies to them. The department has been working hard to remedy delays in payment of NPOs in interest of service delivery, and our endeavors are bearing fruits. There is quite improvement. The department further has prioritized the growing and strengthening of NPO sector through improving monitoring and management. In realizing this, the strengthening of NPO sector requires the department in the long term to focus on transformational issues through broadening of the base by bringing a new entrance, specifically in historically disadvantaged areas.
As
We
you
must-
conclude, Honorable Member, as you conclude.
Honourable members, the Extended Public Works Programme constitutes an important strategy for addressing youth unemployment during past 4 years. The department has created more than 15,000 work opportunities, 70% of which were created in the NPO sector in the following areas, early childhood, etc. Chairperson, in view of escalating incidents of violence against women and children, we welcome intervention and commitment by department and agencies, NDA, SASSA, etc. The greater focus is being made on family strengthening as proactive, preventative measures and secondary intervention in our communities.
Honorable Member, your time
Yes.
is expired. Thank you very much, Honorable Fanta. Honorable members, we give you a few more seconds or minutes, but we can't give you too much because it is still a very long day. Before I continue, I've been requested by the Chief Whip to introduce to you the Women's Caucus delegation from the Parliament of Ethiopia. That is our visitors. They are in the gallery. You are welcome to the National Council of Provinces. Under the leadership of the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Ethiopia. You are welcome. Thank you. We will continue, and we will now call on Honorable Mulitsane of the Economic Freedom Fighters to continue with the debate. The delegation can be excused if they have time pressure. Thank you.
Chairperson, let me start first by passing condolences to the family of Jomat Peterson. House Chairperson, this year marks a very important milestone in the politics of South Africa and the working class struggle. This year marks 10 years since the formation of the Economic Freedom Fighters, the only radical and militant economic emancipation movement that brings together the progressive forces on a mission of economic freedom in our lifetime. As we celebrate our 10th year anniversary this year, we call upon all South Africans to donate to their giant organization, whether you like it or not. To donate, you simply need to SMS EFF donation to 42191 or go to effronlinedonation.org. If you're not interested, just don't listen. And on our 10th year, Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters reject the budget vote debate for social development. We reject the budget of the department that has failed to fulfill its own mandate to improve the lives and care for poor and vulnerable people by reducing the level of poverty, inequality, vulnerability, and social ills, and failed to provide a social security system that uplifts our people out of poverty. Chairperson, this minister continued to undermine the poor by giving them 350 SDR grant. That amounts to 9 rand a day, which is simply not enough. This department has made no attempt at implementing a universal basic income grant, despite various calls for it. Instead, it celebrates 18 million South Africans receiving social grants, with another 11 million relying on 350 grants, which does very little to meet the needs of our people. The EFF rejects the proposed budget for the Department of Social Development because it does not make provision for increases or work towards implementation of the Universal Basic Income Grant, despite the EFF calls for these increases. It has failed in empowering individuals, families, and our poor communities. This department mission is to transform society by building conscious and capable citizens through the division of comprehensive, integrated, and sustainable social development services. Social factors such as healthcare, education, and transportation, which play a vital role in the economic development of our people, is lacking in our township and rural communities. In all the sufferings and torment, the price of food has gone up, the price of transport has gone up, there is no reliable electricity, and crime, including violent crime, has gone up. This department is known for the corruption and non-accountability. Till today, we have not seen anyone being arrested and put in jail for fraud and corruption within the department. This minister still has no clear plan in addressing the shortage of social workers in this country. This while we have social workers, graduates sitting at home, unemployed, The SASSA crisis seems to be an everyday issue. It is shocking that the ruling party will celebrate that 31% of South Africans rely on social grants. If we add the COVID-19 social relief grant, this number is nearly 50%. This is the scale of the failure of the ruling class. And this is the failure they celebrate every year when they table the proposed social development budget. We know that for the cronies, the celebration is not about feeding millions of poor people. The celebration is about transactions and contracts out of social grant administration. Chairperson, this department is not paying enough attention to the GBV victims, especially in rural areas, and the issues around place of safety for rape victims and place of safety for women and children in rural areas remains a biggest challenge. This is why they refuse to create a state-owned bank. This is why they have now announced that social grants will no longer be paid out through the post office. The intention was never to build a long-term relationship with the post office. Instead, it is banks that must benefit. It is for these reasons that economic freedom fighters reject this budget vote for social development. Ke a leboha mme.
Ke a leboga ntate. We will continue with the debate. We will call on the Honorable Henrietta Bogopane Zulu. Honorable.
Tla ke dumedise mmusa kgotla, ke dumedise le Minister wa Social Development, ke dumedise botlhe ba ba leng ba re kopaneng gompieno. Can I also stand on the protocols as outlined by the chairperson? Let me firstly indicate that this is obviously the budget, I hope, of the last budget of this particular administration. So Chairperson, allow me to just touch on a few things that I think it's important that as we speak about social development, we actually not equate it to grants, because this department is more than that. Yeah. Let me also indicate that we do a lot. Unless you actually are exposed to our work, which I know you are, you would forever, think, yes, SASSA is intended to pay the grants. So you are quite correct, Honorable Member. Very soon we'll be paying our own grants. And that is why SASSA was established. Let me continue by saying that on the issues of HIV and AIDS, we are continuing to rolling out the infrastructure, and based in rural communities, Honorable Member, we have, by the end of the year, we'd have completed the community care centers, the 3 remaining in the province of Limpopo, which forms the 17 very big structures funded in partnership with the German Development Bank. And I need to also indicate that this is a comprehensive infrastructure that the department has organized. In there, you will find obviously the luncheon clubs for older persons and early childhood development center. You will also find lecture rooms, an amphitheater, safe play areas, as we know children can't play anymore because of how we treat them. But also you will find a whole lot of an administration block that enables people who are in those areas to actually be able to. The National Strategic Plan on HIV and AIDS 2023 to 2028 would like to say that as a department, we've managed to actually elevate goal 1, which is the social and structural drivers of HIV and AIDS. Amongst that is the issue around gender-based violence and femicide. And I need to also indicate that victim empowerment services are being improved. The aspirations of this government is not actually to be building more and more and more and more and more shelters, but is to get the men that are the ones that must leave their house and go find wherever to go. Because it is fair, it's not fair, and it's very unfair that women are the ones that are forever running. And when they run with women, with children. So maybe we need to make sure that honorable member from the EFF, if we can borrow your military aspects to assist us to get the men in line, that will be very useful. And we invite you to please assist us with that one and hold South Africa's men accountable. Let me also just indicate that on issues of disability, in the previous years, you would be aware that disability, the rights of persons with disabilities has moved to the presidency, but services to persons with disabilities remains with the Department of Social Development. Deputy Chairperson, we are humbly requesting the members of the NCOP to join us as we are rolling out public hearings in provinces so that you are able to actually make inputs into the services of persons with disabilities, because that's important. It's also important for your communities. Please join us as we solicit inputs into that particular bill. We also like to extend our sincere thanks and appreciation to USAID that continues to support us and making it possible for us to implement our social behavioral change programs. Your CHOMI, your Young YOLO, your YOLO Families Matters, the Community Capacity Enhancement Program, which we call a compendium. It doesn't matter, honorable members, how many speeches, workshops we are going to make, but if the family is what it is today, we can just all pack our bags and go home. On issues of alcohol and substance abuse, it's important for us to actually note that when we engage children, which is a very concerning problem, children meet alcohol no longer in the taverns, no longer at school, no longer in the streets. Children are introduced to alcohol in the home by their parents. Now the question is, must we now go straight into the houses and really now start protecting children in their homes? I don't know, honorable members, but what I know is that I hope you will assist us. We've reached more than 4 million children with CHOMI's program, which is dialogues, and children say the same thing. My mom introduced me to alcohol. My dad said I must taste. While I'm talking about issues of children, we also want to make a plea to women. It is becoming a serious challenge for children, that children are denied the opportunity to know their fathers. And we do that. Obviously, I am angry because he left me, but can we find a way of managing our own challenges? We are raising very angry children. And if these children, we are not finding a way of sorting that out, we are not going to be able to address any of our social crimes, because an angry boy becomes an angry husband. Let us look into that. We also look to say that we thank the men of South Africa that stood up and said, not in my name, as well as the boys that are ready to champion change. And we know that if we invest in the boy child, we will have a very better man. Our headaches, your honorable members, our headaches is South Africa's men. If I could, I would auction them, but I just don't know to who. I don't know if I'll get anything, definitely. But maybe if I can try, I would succeed. We continue, Honorable Chair, to renovate the shelters that the honorable members, we continue to making the shelters comfortable for women. Allow me to also say that we continue to come up with innovative ideas that we are utilizing to create jobs. And one of those is the space of recycling. And we at Social Development, we say food for waste. We want South Africans to understand that recycling, it's the next mine, it's the next diamond, it's the next platinum. And we want to make sure that as we clean our communities and our environments, we don't just clean, but there is money in our pockets. So Kaching, guys, let's start pushing each other for that particular debt that we skip and cross over. Let us also take serious the issues around Alzheimer's and dementia. It's better to invest in your old age right now, because I can assure you, each one of us, if you plan to live beyond the age of 65, you're going to have one disability or the other guaranteed. So the manner in which we treat disabled people, it requires you to start thinking by investing in your own future. This leads to the killing of older persons, but it also leads to their own children not understanding, because you are angry, you are upset, you can't recognize them, you don't know who you are, you don't know anything around you. Your world stopped the day dementia and Alzheimer's arrived. And at that time, you are the time where you get what? You are the witch, you are all of this that you have never been, that you've never even dreamt about. To women of South Africa, as much as we talk about alcohol, we also have a responsibility. Hey, Makoskasi, siyaphuza shem. Ay, siyaphuza bandla. Besicelela just wait ka mohau batswana babili. Fetal alcohol syndrome. Ladies, don't steal your children's future before they are even born, because that is unreversible. And if you choose to really drink, sterilization, mahala, just choose the bottle or the bringing life. Mara, we can't continue the way we are going. It is unfair on children. And as the custodian of the rights of children, I don't really find it any funny anymore. On issues of drugs, we've launched the South African Network for People Who Use Drugs, but we're rolling out harm reduction services that are community-based. And it's important, honorable members, for us to invest in understanding harm reduction, because I know that as we roll it out, it will be some of us that will be saying, yeah, DSD is encouraging our children to use drugs, because they will be going to exchange the dirty needles with the clean needles, instead of us understanding the realities and the complexities that comes with actually being a recovering addict. But let's also understand, Chairperson, that rehabilitation, it's an enabler. You never recover after you've used drugs. Even a simple cough mixture, when you have a flu, takes you back to using drugs. Let us be supportive. Let us deal with issues of stigma. Nyaupe has never been pregnant. It can never be called. Whatever names you call people who use drugs, we are all drug users in waiting. Nobody plans to use drugs. And it is your child today and my child tomorrow. And let us also find a way of remaining and calling them who they are, and not give them Nyaupe boys, Paras, Wunga, and all the names, because it is that makes it difficult for them to access services. As I conclude, Chairperson, allow me to also thank Team Deputy Minister for their hard work, because it is very difficult to be a Deputy Minister who's visually impaired. The world has still not understood what access is, what inclusion is, the pain, the stress that goes with them serving me.
Yes, you conclude.
In making it possible for me, to my family, and for me, my family and my kids, we are in the majority. Everybody is visually impaired in my house. So everything, we do it the visually impaired way. To my husband, who borrows me his eyes every time I have to do my work, I appreciate you. I thank you. And I thank the minister, the ADG with all his team. Thank you very much. I know very well I'm not an easy person to work with, but it's all in a day's work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. We will now call on Honorable Mr. S.F. Du Toit from the Freedom Front Plus.
Agbare voorsitter, I'd like to start off in reacting to the Deputy Minister Bogopane Zulu's statement that all men are the problem and the biggest problem. Deputy Minister, I need to make it clear that you mustn't generalize. There are men that you do not know, and there are men that are of good quality. So please don't go there. Agbare voorsitter, die ANC het vandag soveel keer in die verlede daarmee gespog dat hulle die pioniers van maatskaplike ondersteuning in Suid-Afrika is. The department proclaimed with pride that their task to develop and monitor the implementation of social policy both creates an enabling environment for and leads to the reduction of poverty. But minority groups are being discriminated against in this country. The department is failing in its mandate. We do not experience this enabling environment. Furthermore, they said that they ensure the provision of social protection and social welfare services to all people who live in our land. We appreciate that. Voorsitter, die ANC het vandag daarmee gespog dat die regering tans aan sowat 29 miljoen persone in Suid-Afrika maandeliks een of ander maatskaplike toelaag uitbetaal. Mr. Ramaphosa indicated that 18 million South Africans receive state welfare grants and another 11 million are relying on the 350 Rand grants that are paid out. Currently, the 29 million individuals that receive these social grants on a monthly basis, with only 7.4 million taxpayers that needs to fund this bill. To some, that might sound like an achievement. But Chair, in fact, it's a shame. It's a shame because this government, through legislation policies, are restricting economic growth that contributes to greater poverty. Die regering wend nie daadwerklike pogings aan om armoede en werkloosheid in Suid-Afrika te verlig nie, maar sit dag en na dag en kyk hoe om meer en groter toelaas uit te betaal, soos wat die minister vroeër uitgelig het. Moontlik as deel van 'n verkiesingsstrategie. Wie sal weet? Indien hulle wel vir Suid-Afrika omgegee het, sou hulle eerder gekyk het om armoede op die regte manier te verminder en te verlig. Selfs die finansiële adviseurs wat deur meneer Ramaphosa aangestel is, het om teen die implementering van die basiese inkomste toelaag gewaarsku, aangesien dit hierdie land se finansiële maalkolk net kan vererger. We don't deny that people in need needs assistance, Chair. The fact is that governments are keeping people dependent and making even more people dependent by the economic situation that South Africa currently finds itself in. As Margaret Thatcher put it, open quote, the problem with socialism is that you eventually run out of other people's money, close quote. Voorsitter, na die verskroeide aarde beleid het die Afrikaner vroue nie in rye voor regeringskantore gaan sit nie. Hulle het met moeite teruggegaan hul erwe toe, na die verbrande plase toe en as en roet gekrap, om te bou en op te hef en opgestaan en gewys dat hulle self die verandering sal wees en nie gereduseer sou word tot 'n geëtiketeerde volk wat slagoffers van die Britte sou bly nie. Die roet en stof was realiteite. Die honger en dors was realiteite, maar hulle het nie toegelaat dat hulle as ondergeskiktes gedefinieer was nie. Net so, voorsitter, leef hierdie legendariese durf en strewe om oorlewing en welwillendheid vandag in ons are voort. Inisiatiewe soos Emmers vol hoop, Boks vir 'n boervrou, boere droogtehulp, dit bring verligting, dit kom uit gemeenskappe en is vir gemeenskappe. Die skooltassie en kosblik projek, helder kindergesiggies op, voorsitter, maar die ANC moet kennis neem. Suid-Afrikaners sal nie verlang hierdie onderdrukking en verarming wat hulle tans ervaar verdra nie, voorsitter. 2024 is besig om stadig nader te kruip en die mense se geduld raak min. Suid-Afrika, die ANC kan ons ligte afsit. Hulle kan ons brandstofprys verhoog, hulle kan die kospryse opjaag, ons werksgeleenthede beperk, maar hy sal nie ons mens wees, en ons passie met oorlewingsdrang en welwillendheidshart van ons al wegvat nie. Hy kan ons probeer etiketeer, voorsitter, ons vryhede inperk en ons blameer vir alles wat verkeerd loop in hierdie land. maar hy sal nie ons geloof in God en die trots in ons waardes by ons steel nie. Wees wie jy is, leef voluit, bepaal jou eie toekoms, registreer en stem VF+ in 2024. Dankie voorsitter.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Let me also join other members on passing my sincere condolences on of the passing of Ma Peterson. May her soul rest in peace. Honorable Deputy Chair, honorable members, honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, fellow South Africans, good day. Social development is commonly understood to encompass a set of intentions comprising of equity and social justice, which could integrate additional intentions including social inclusion, sustainable livelihoods, gender equity, increased voice and participation. Social development is about improving the well-being of every individual in society so they can reach their full potential. The success of the society is linked to the well-being of each and every citizen. Therefore, social development is the cornerstone of every country. The well-being of its citizens solely lies on the shoulders of this department. Social development, therefore, means investing in people. As things currently stand, the ANC seems to be investing poorly. More needs to be done in this regard. South Africa's unemployment rate currently stands at 32.9%, which even more concerning youth unemployment rate of 63.9% for those aged 15 to 24, and 42.1% for those aged 25 to 34. That leaves a lot on this department. Corruption, mismanagement in government, insufficient infrastructure, poverty, high unemployment, violent crimes, and poor service delivery are significantly the issues affecting social development. Weak structural growth and the COVID-19 pandemic have exacerbated socio-economic challenges. Let's do our best to clean up the system to get those who are defrauding the state. Civil society has always played a significant role at every level to bridge the gap between government and communities. Changes in the budget allocation for these key role players will significantly have a negative impact on a larger scale. In a country that is still dealing with the aftermath of COVID-19, that has caused a massive rise in mental health, teenage pregnancy, HIV infections, gender-based violence, and social economic challenges. Surely, these issues will not be properly financially addressed amidst the significant changes in allocation of the two sub-programs, which includes more project management, HIV, and AIDS. The recent crisis of SASSA expired cards requires urgent attention and needs to be addressed with immediate effect for a longer duration so that it doesn't cause the panic that it created among the beneficiaries. Permanent alternatives must be sought. Post Bank is unable to provide services to grant recipients. Every month, vulnerable South Africans struggle to access their grants due to technical glitches, system crashes, and changes in grant qualification requirements. Millions of South Africans rely on these grants to support their families, and every month there is uncertainty on whether their grants will be dispersed and accessed on time. This has left many pensioners waiting for their disbursement for longer periods. We note with great concern SASSA running out of funds in some areas of the Eastern Cape, leaving the elderly who traveled long distances to sleep at the pay point overnight. The closures of post offices has left more communities stranded and in dire need of obtaining their social grants. The entire community of Mitchell's Plain, population of 310,000, does not have a single post office, all closed over inability to pay rent. There is information doing the rounds claiming that of the 760 graduates searching for a job, some of them are forced to queue
for the 350 grants. This confirms the fact that there needs to be a drive to create jobs and economic entrepreneurship opportunities. I know this extends beyond social development. However, it affects the department. This will also ease the budgetary pressure on the department. We welcome the work being done in the Fundraising Act Amendment Bill that is currently with the Select Committee. It is now in the process of public hearings in different provinces. As the DA, we would like to see child support grants extended to learners older than 18 as long as they are still at school. Beyond that, I would like the extension to pregnant mothers for better access to nutritious food for their unborn babies. Minister, this department is an integral part of our society during and post COVID-19, as we have seen trauma caused by the pandemic. This department has a burden to mother the orphans and vulnerable children caused by the pandemic. It has the responsibility to provide hope to the hopeless with mental support and forging a stable pathway through all the darkness we have endured. This department has an obligation to lessen the burden by all means possible. Therefore, Honorable Minister, it is time to deliver a service that will give South Africans hope as enshrined in the Constitution of our beautiful country. The right to dignity, right to security, and identity is preserved in a stable social environment. We owe it to South Africans to deliver on this. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Honorable Ba. We will continue with the debate and we call on Honorable Ndongeni. Nokzola Ndongeni.
Yonke imihla sawuphela. Chairperson, sihlalo wendlu yowiswa mthetho nawe sekela sihlalo Lucas noSabhokhwe wendlu namalungu kunye nabahlonitshwa nasekela abahlonitshwa no MEC abakhoyo apha kule ndlu yowiswa mthetho nabasijoyine na virtual kunye nabo bonke abantu abazileyo bazosibukela nendwendwe zethu ezizileyo ndithi molweni emva kwale mini. South Africa belongs to all of its citizens and we all have responsibility to shape our destiny. It remains our common goal to make South Africa a better place to live in. The National Development Plan as a strategy to unite South Africans, create a shared vision to unleash their energies, an inclusive economy, build capabilities, improve the state's capacity, and have leaders collaborating to solve complex problems in order to eradicate poverty, fight unemployment, and reduce inequality by 2030. Our country has successfully transitioned from apartheid to democracy. We have established democratic institutions, modernized the public sector, expand access to essential services, stabilized the economy, and established ourselves as legitimate members of the international community. Despite these achievements, there are some shortfalls where it comes to totally eradicate poverty. However, our government have managed to successfully implement social security to make sure that there is no family goes to bed hungry. Such social security includes the child support grant, foster child grant, old age pension, disability grant, and war veterans grant. Umhlonishwa wami ke obegqiba usuka apha nothi lo ungubhele wasekhaya u-Honorable Christian uthi bazawuthi xa bethe bathatha andiyazi le nto bazawube bayayitshintsha kuba ingathi yi-ANC eyatshintsha uba makufunyanwe ezi granti. Bona babebanika ngekota oomakhulu notamkhulu phofu bengabaniki imali yokokubana ingabanceda kodwa namhlanje uthi babenowuphatha andazi ukuba bazawuphatha xa bephi na. Mandigqitheke apho sihlalo. The issue of unemployment remains a key challenge in our country, and it has got a traceable linkage to the alcohol abuse, drugs, bullying, GBV, and femicide. This, however, does not suggest that it is only the unemployed who are the perpetrators of GBV and femicide in our society. We must do more to enhance our future, building on the nation's combined triumphs and failings. South Africa will not be able to successfully eliminate poverty and reduce inequality if we do not work together to fight the social ills. Faster development, more action, and better execution are urgently needed from all stakeholders in our society and our country at large. All South Africans must work together to make the future successful because it belongs to all of us. The realization of the kind of society that we envisage in the Freedom Charter requires all individuals to participate actively in the fight against alcohol abuse, drugs, bullying, GBV, and femicide. The family is the first and most fundamental unit of society. Thus, socialization begins there. Therefore, family is crucial to a child's moral development, as well as their social, spiritual, emotional, and cognitive growth. The family lays the ground for a person's growth and pleasure, as well as the cohesion and advancement of society. The family, which serves as a microcosm of humanity, is a crucial institution for promoting peace by fostering characteristics like love, unity, compassion, justice, respect, and loyalty. In order to have prosperity, the peace in our communities and the rest of the world are directly impacted by the attitudes and action that children acquire in the home. The family, which is foundation of human society, provides a setting for the growth of good morals and fundamental abilities. Our society is confronted with a social and moral crisis in some regards, and societies frequently disregard the importance of balancing in individuals and societal needs, as well as reconciling the individual interest with the common goal. The habits and patterns of conduct natures in the home are carried into the workplace, into the social and political life of the country, and our societies are characterized by social and moral crises. Character development, the formation of moral and spiritual attitude, and learning to serve the common good all take place in family. It is also in the home that tolerance, peace, and social responsibility can be introduced and taught. All parents have a responsibility to do everything in their power to secure their children upbringing and to provide them with the skill they need to live better. They live developmental lives of service to their nation and all of humanity. Fostering a supportive and positive family environment based on love is necessary. This means putting an end to all prejudice, rejection, backbiting, outrage, emphasizing the necessary of humanity unity, and instilling a culture of selfless service. Education is necessary for promoting peace, begins in the home where children are taught about the inherent equality of all people and how to overcome prejudice based on race, religion, gender, class, or nation. Children might be encouraged to associate various cultures and the contribution made by various persons with the family. They can learn about the concept of the oneness of humanity within their family. Drug abuse constitutes a serious domestic problem in our society, particularly since violence is frequently linked to illegal drugs and excessive alcohol consumption, and communities need a comprehensive drug control strategy. Community partnerships are needed to fight drug abuse, and such coalitions should involve the media, child protection agents, business groups, and other community agencies. Types of community partnership include freestanding, community partnership, government-sponsored, and non-governmental and non-profit partnership. activities of community partnership, general focus on drug abuse prevention, early intervention, treatment and aftercare, and tobacco use. Community coalition need adequate funding, effective leadership and organization, strategy development, media advocacy, schools and community-based prevention program, and treatment components. Leaders of community partnership indicate the following nation policy priorities related to drug abuse in order of priority: restricting alcohol advertisement, lowering legal blood alcohol limits for young drivers, increasing alcohol taxes, lowering legal blood alcohol limits for adult drivers, increasing financial grants to community partnership that are progressive and accountable, increasing local law enforcement of drug and alcohol laws, increasing penalties for selling drugs, provide funds to treatment on demand, and increase penalties for drug possession. In 2019 to 2024, National Drug Master Plan and the Prevention and Treatment of Drugs Dependence Act 20 of 1992 has amended the Prevention of Treatment to Substance Abuse Act 70 of 2008. Are just a few pieces of legislation that the South African government has introduced to address the issue of alcohol abuse and lessen its harm, demand, and supply. Alcohol harm reduction aims to cut down on issues caused by excessive drinking, like violence, traffic accidents, lost productivity, and the spread of sexual transmitted diseases as a result of unsafe sex. These policies, programs, and plans to address alcohol misuse must be carried out through the community support network. The difficult is that despite their effort of the government, non-governmental groups, and the business community, the issue still exists. The harm that alcohol misuse causes has brought reaching negative repercussions in that have an impact on the drinker as well as those in his immediate environment and society at large, including those who offer treatments that are intended to lessen from removing the problem. The plan addresses the need to build the nation capacity in order to grow more quickly, employ more people, and raise living standards for all, but especially the poor. It also addresses the need to improve the capability of our people so that they can live the life they wish. This is a strategy for the South Africa that calls for participation from all phases of society, as well as transformation and sacrifice. The plan is the result of thousands of contact with South Africans, their input in in-depth study and spirited debate across the nation. The NDA was created to foster partnership between the government and civil organization for the delivery of services, and it aims to offer support and assistance to organization engaged in the service delivery and poverty alleviations. The national development, which was established in 1998 as a result of National Development Agent Act, is open quote, aim at promoting an appropriate and sustainable partnership between the government and civil society organization to eradicate poverty and its causes. The National Development Agent Initiative has created a platform between government and civil society organization with an aim to work together to eliminate mutual problems that affect our societies. The establishment of the National Development Agency points to the fact that government views civil society organization, particularly service delivery, civil society organization, as key partners in bringing about development in South Africa. This commitment sits within paradox of government also being increasingly apprehensive on the role that civil society plays in South Africa. Civil society promotes development by operating at various levels, including local, national, and global. In assessing the role of civil society in poverty reduction, the focus should be placed on the values and the impact of civil society organization operating in field of poverty reduction. For example, their ability to advocate for values that promote equality and their role in giving voices to the poor, lobbying policy makers, and helping in service provision. The impact of civil society organization on the poverty reduction yielded ambiguous results. For example, NGOs often succeed in extending service to the poor and improving their livelihoods. However, the long-term socio-economic impact of these projects are still questionable. Chairperson, transformation of our society requires all social partners from the family, the community, business, government, civil society, and labor. Let us work together to keep no one behind. I thank you. The ANC support.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Ndongeni. Next, to continue with the debate is Honorable Hadebe. I don't see him inside, so he should be on the platform. Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister. The Minister of Social Development presented the 2023-2024 budget vote for the department under the theme, I quote, DSD at work, leaving no one behind, close quote. And yet millions of young people are left behind in unemployment, poverty, and sheer dismay prides itself on the fact that more than 80 people dependent on social grants, and one social grants are crucial to our people, as they are often the only thing standing between poverty and a plate of food. Social grants cannot be the only solution to pulling people. Abantu badinga imisebenzi, uxhaso lwezindlu, ukwesekwa, usizo lwezempilo kanye nemfundo esezingeni eliphakeme. As a party, we are in full support of our people receiving grants as a safety net. Kodwa asivumelani nokuthi uhulumeni asebenzise ukuhlupheka kwabantu ukhankaselwa ukhetho. It is simply disgraceful and cheap politicking which must be rejected. It goes without saying that deepening levels of despair and suffering inevitably bring about crippling social ills. Despite being aware of this, the department routinely fails to action out its written policies and reports, which creates a gap between what is on paper and what is in practice. It is for this reason that despite being tasked on behalf of government to spearhead the fight against the scourge of gender-based violence in the country, they have not proven to be very successful as numbers continue to rise daily. Chairperson, I cannot overemphasize how this failure affects our people on the ground. Young girls continue to get raped and sexually violated, and teenage pregnancies, which I must say can be avoided, continue to rise. Young men and women continue to be victims of gang violence. Millions of poor people, children, and the homeless are forced to go to bed hungry tonight with no prospect of getting a warm, healthy meal when the sun rises. Due to a lack of appropriate state services, vulnerable babies will continue to get abandoned in unsafe places, which will increase their prospects of being raped and violated. When rescued, these children's prospects of a better future are diminished due to an anti-adoption stance and deliberately delayed adoptions. Despite of all these, social workers who have been specifically trained to handle such sensitive matters are not prioritized. At worst, they are subjected to below minimum wages, and at worst, they are not paid at all. When NGOs identify this gap and seek to take it upon themselves to lessen the burden, they are provided with little to no funding for children, the elderly, and the disabled, and those living with HIV. The SASSA that the department always makes a reference to needs a serious reboot. Despite mostly servicing the elderly, its offices are without chairs, shelters, and toilets. Working telephone lines are a rarity, and never moving long queues are a daily bread. The assigned budget ought to fund the thousands of state-trained social workers sitting at home. NGOs must be prioritized, and the 350s need to be linked to skills
As you
training such
conclude.
as the plumbing opportunities, which the IFP-led Zululand District Municipality has made available to young people. Furthermore, this budget must fund interventions aimed towards winning the war against GBV, substance abuse, gangsterism, bullying, as well as the teenage pregnancy. Chairperson, a government that is hell-bent on providing subpar services and looting the legal resources available does not deserve our support. However, it is this department that is standing between life and death for many of our people, and rejecting it would mean denying our people their basic human rights. The IFP supports the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Adebe. Next to continue will be Honorable C. Labuskaghni. Honorable Labuskaghni.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable Minister, fellow
Order.
South Africans. There is a saying that says, show me on what you spend your time and money, and I will tell you what your priorities are. Minister, at a time when our economy is in such a poor state that our unemployment rate is skyrocketing, the Department of Social Development in the Free State spent 1.5 million rand on an International Women's Day event in March this year. Apparently 1 million rand on gifts nobody now knows anything about. At a time when the DA fights for VAT exclusion on specific foods to cut the rising cost of living, SASSA has still not sorted out the mess with the SASSA gold cards. We just hear about what we're going to do. More than 500 million rand has been looted from SASSA by government officials over the past decade. For 10 years it's going on. Imagine how many poor families and children could have put food on their tables with that. Honorable Dejavo, social grants and other forms of social welfare are never an adequate substitute for economic growth and job creation, but they play a vital role in protecting the most vulnerable in society from extreme poverty. Grants never has been the generator for economic self-sustainability. Therefore, Departments of Social Development should also play a vital role in protecting and enabling the most vulnerable in our society, which is exactly what the Department of Social Development in the Western Cape does by spending the budget on programs such as 111 departmental community nutrition and developing centers and 520 community kitchens, which provide cooked meals and food parcels to over 100,000 families. 200 new safety parents were trained here in 2022 to provide temporarily safe care for children at risk. 26 funded gender-based violence centers provided accommodation, psychosocial and support services to women and their children. Furthermore, a skills development program enabled the women to become economically independent. Victims of sexual offenses and domestic violence also receive long-term psychosocial support. Bed capacity for homeless adults as part of reunification and reunited programs increased in the 37 existing shelters. School-based crime prevention programs are being introduced for youth at risk and youth cafes provided employment and training programs for the youth. Social workers of NPOs, the driving engine of any department, receive training programs from the department. Minister, instead of crying out about alcohol misuse and abuse, which is an enormous problem, and that it should be a priority, enact on a workable alcohol policy, embracing the whole of society approach and implementing prevention programs to youth at risk and parenting programs. As you've said, Deputy Minister, the family as the primary structure is essential to our society. Fellow South Africans, if the Minister and the ANC government really care about the vulnerable and the poor of South Africa, which are more than 17 million people at the moment, they would show us their care and seriousness by spending every available cent, even fighting for a bigger budget. But 9.162 billion rand, 9.162 billion rand from the Department of Social Development budget was
As you
reallocated
conclude,
by
honourable
National
member.
Treasury because they did not spend their budget of 2022-23. Can we trust this department to fend for the vulnerable and the poor? In conclusion, it is clear that your priorities are not aligned with the way you spend your budget. It is clear that caring is not your priority. Staying in power seems to be the greatest priority. Therefore, the poor and vulnerable are the people paying the highest price. Minister, I hope you can sleep well.
Thank you, Honorable Abskakni. We will now call on Honorable M.E. in Chabaleng to continue with the debate.
Matata Modulastulo Galebo. South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, and that no government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of the people. The will of the people was tested in the last elections from the day we started up to until now, that the people of South Africa have confidence in the ANC, that moved them from slavery to where they are. In my other life, Chairperson, I worked I was once a chair of the portfolio committee on labor. And in one of the visits that we did to the Western Cape, it was in response to a report by Human Rights Watch that they wanted to push that South African wine, particularly wine from Western Cape, should be boycotted because it's not only wine, it has tears and blood of black people, of black farm workers. We went there to visit the farms together with labor inspectors. But what we found there, Deputy Chairperson, was really shocking. We're talking about fetal alcohol syndrome, children getting drunk before they're even born. In the Western Cape that time, the farms that we visited, the report is there in the NA of our visit to the farms, was that there were farms where people were paid with alcohol. That, you see, the farmer will have a spaza shop, so that when workers want to buy food, they buy food from the spaza shop, and they can also buy wine, you know. So children get born with this, but if the DA is really committed to ensuring that our people live dignified lives, they should start at home. Charity begins at home. Start with your province. If you listened carefully, the minister and all people who think correctly talked about transformation. And here, for many, the strategic objectives of social transformation, if you know what it means, is to transform and build a new society that is peaceful, equal, and just, as envisaged in the Freedom Charter, ready to govern policy document, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, the National Development Plan Vision 2030. I wonder if you really know about that one. And the United Nations Agenda 2030.
We can heckle, but can we just allow the speaker that is on the platform?
Now I can raise my voice about their chair.
I don't know.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that
I want order in the house, and the order also it should come from you also. Don't raise your voice, speak, but they must allow you to speak.
Yeah, there is this one that I guess you don't even read about it, because you'll read anything that say English or England or London. There is something called Africa's Agenda 2063. If you've heard about it, you'll understand what we're talking about, but it's not Europe or Britain or England 2063. Deputy Chairperson, the cold dead hand of apartheid, the cold dead hand of apartheid is still gripping our people. In the farms, you go anywhere, social relations in the township, I mean, in the cities, Black people still commit. In some areas, if you are seen at night in a town, they tell you, do you have a night permit? They think there's still a nachtpas. That's not here nachtpas. South Africa belongs to all who live it, and we're going to live here freely, even more than what we did some years ago. The shackles of poverty continue to be harsh towards the Black majority in South Africa. As a result, victims of poverty become susceptible to a number of social ills, mostly abuse. Social support, therefore, has been shown to be a protective resource for the most vulnerable members of society. The African National Congress, as the leader of government, maintains the objective of attainment of a national democratic society through implementing a radical socio-economic transformation program. Now you'll raise your voice so that I don't get here, because in the past, apartheid used to ban people from speaking. So you're not going to ban me from speaking by yeah. The protection of children and the most vulnerable through social support is a crucial objective for the government. This goal is pursued through various policies and initiatives aimed at ensuring the well-being and safety of these individuals. The president, during the SONA 2023, reaffirmed that government continues to be determined to direct at least 40% of public procurement to women and women-owned businesses. I think I'm tempted to say how much out of the budget in the Western Cape, what percentage of that went into women and women-owned businesses. I think we'll hear, we'll be shocked what the statistics are. This is the proof that the ANC government is committed to addressing the inequality in support of the most vulnerable individuals in our society. The ANC government works tirelessly to improving the accessibility and functioning of sexual offences courts, expand the network of Tutuzela care centers, Kwiseleka centers, and child youth care centers with the assistance of civil society organizations, especially the NGOs. Furthermore, the government offers formal support services to support victims of abuse, which include medical and psychosocial services in a form of, but not limited to, post-exposure prophylaxis and counseling to victims of rape. The National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide also gives provision for a multi-sectoral coherent strategic policy and programming framework to strengthen a coordinated national response to the crisis of GBVF. So what came to be known, or what came to be known as the second scourge in the 2020 address by the president, close quote. It comprises 6 main pillars that seek to address governance and institutional issues: prevention, response and care, improving economic resilience and self-reliance to decrease vulnerability to GBVF, and advocacy for awareness raising and communications, as well as research and knowledge management. Social support, which refers to one being part of a supportive social network of other people who care and are available to help through life challenges, is key to sustaining mental well-being and has been shown to assist with victim coping after experiencing a traumatic event. Social support, or the lack of it, is important in enabling the hindering perpetrators' ability to sustain abusive relationship through social isolation of victims. It is an undeniable truth that levels of social support are low amongst abused children and women compared to non-abused. Moreover, mental ill health symptoms, for example, depression and suicide, are heightened among victims who are more socially isolated. The Embo Hopane talked about the boy child, that an angry boy is a future angry parent, and a future angry husband. So the children who will come from that relationship or from people who were exposed to inequalities and all this and abuse will be doubled when they grow up. It will show that they never got love, that they were, they were made to drink cheap wine even before they were born in Stellenbosch and other places. As a result, the government invests in child protection services, including the establishment of specialized units with law enforcement agencies. These units are dedicated to investigating and prosecuting cases of child abuse, neglect, and exploitation, thereby deterring such crimes and ensuring justice for victims. Our primary focus is on prioritizing the rights of all women, youth, children, and people with disabilities, marginalized groups, as well as the previously disadvantaged people. Our aim is to work tirelessly in reducing discrimination and violence against all women and children, and foster gender equality in every level of society. It is equally important that government addresses underlying systemic issues that contribute to the vulnerability of women and of children and certain groups. This includes tackling poverty, unemployment, inequality, and access to quality education and healthcare. The NHI is coming our way, will definitely, win this war of better healthcare for all. By addressing these root causes, the government creates a more equitable and inclusive society where the risk factors for vulnerability are minimized. We work with social organizations. The ANC, in its struggle against apartheid, partnered with NGOs, non-governmental organizations, and many other social groupings in the country. So we haven't forgotten about that. That's why this government, through MESUL, funds NGOs that are doing good job, that support the poor and vulnerable. Civil society organizations played a substantive role in the building and grooming of supportive service institutions. The government therefore supports the establishment and functioning of institutions that provide care and support for vulnerable individuals. This includes shelters for victims of abuse, rehabilitation centers for those affected by all kinds of abuse, and homes for orphaned or abandoned children. By partnership with non-governmental organizations and civil society, the government expands its reach and ensures a holistic approach to social support. The government fosters collaboration among various government departments, agencies, and stakeholders involved in child and vulnerable individuals' protection. This collaboration ensures a coordinated and integrated response, maximizing the impact of interventions and facilitating information sharing for more effective decision-making. The availability of positive social support is associated with women's greater access and utilization of services. Abused women and children who lack positive social support tend to be less knowledgeable about available formal support systems. We are less likely to utilize those formal services. The persistence of negative societal attitudes that seek to maintain traditional gender roles and justify male dominance and women also impact negatively on abused women's willingness to disclose violence experiences and seek social support. When severe abuse is met with stigma in the community, women will be less likely to disclose it to family and even less likely to disclose it outside the family or report it to the police or other formal service providers. The president during his SONA 2023 address also called for a continuation of monitoring the implementation of the intersectoral protocol on management of violence against women, child abuse, and exploitation by stakeholders. The policy was developed by the Department of Social Development, and its aim is to provide guidance to the social sector and to also inform various models to the provision of psychosocial services in different settings. Over the midterm expenditure framework, over that midterm framework expenditure period, the department committed to capacitating stakeholders in GBVF hotspots district on the provision of psychosocial services policy and intersectoral policy on sheltering in implementing the National Strategic Plan or Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. The ANC in its 55th National Conference reaffirmed the need to strengthen resolutions focusing on gender-based violence, women, youth, people with disabilities, the GBTQIA+, human settlements, water and sanitation, basic income grant, sport, arts and culture. This is all to the ANC's ongoing duty to achieve social cohesion and accelerate the project of nation building. We are, each time, Deputy Chair,
As you conclude,
each
Honorable
time
Member.
I stand in this house, I always remember these bricks, the air bricks here. They are, for me, they represent what the National Party has been, because this building was built by them. There are lots of what I see as Nazi swastikas on the wall. If you look at this bricks, they are reminiscent of Nazism. That's why after the Second World War, many of the members of the Oseva, Brandbach, and many others, I don't know if it was Balthazar Foster, and some of them were locked up for war crimes. Yeah. In conclusion, the ANC support this budget vote. You must be born again.
Thank you, Honorable Chabeling. Thank you, Honorable Chabeling. We will now conclude this debate, and I'm calling on the Minister Lindiwe Zulu to conclude the debates. Order. Can we have order here? Are you fighting for Labuskani, or what is your problem? The two of you. Are you fighting for Labuskani?
Point of order, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just want to correct, there's a fact of history which has been missing in this house.
Honorable Member, that's not a point of order.
That's not a point of order, Chair.
That's not a point of order. I will arrange a lecture for the two of you to
The National Party joined the ANC, not the DA.
Continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Firstly, I wish to thank Honorable Chabeling, because he did what I was going to start with from quotation of the Freedom Charter, basing myself on what Honorable Dutoit said about the minorities and the grants and opportunities. I want to say to him and all opposition parties, and especially those who think that we are using the budget for the vote, we don't need to use the budget for the vote. We need to be on the ground and work and get the people to appreciate the work that we do. Secondly, I also want to indicate, Honorable Dutoit, that I'm just taking a little bit of a total. The period since 2006, this government of the African National Congress has paid to the grants almost total of 2.95 trillion. That's money that went into the hands of our people, in the hands of their people through paying grants. And then we cover almost 32 million beneficiaries. Ngikalani ngazongibangela umsindo mina ngoba akusiyini enibhadala le mali, yithi esibhadala le mali to beneficiaries. Lama beneficiaries, it covers almost 32 million beneficiaries. So since 1994, we changed the course of this country by making sure that this money we talk about goes into the hands of the people. But here's one other thing I want to raise, that the unfortunate part of it, Honorable Chair and honorable members, is that while we're giving that amount of money to our people, unfortunately for us, the economy has not shifted, it hasn't moved. We give these social grants and they go and buy to the same old owners of the economy of the past, because we're still trying to lift our people into ensuring, you're talking whatever, I don't want to say it, to oppress us for 400 years and come here and tell us that 30 years, my grandfather was taken out of a hostel, having lived in the hostel for more than 50 years, put there by yourselves. So you can't come here and tell me that 500 years, 400 years of oppression can be shifted like this within 30 years. So yekani ukusibangela umsindo, hambani futhi laba base Western Cape ba West, mabayeke ukusicasula, because bona, when you move out of here, honorable members, just as you walk out here, go and see how many people are homeless. Go and see how many people are hungry. So ngicela ukuthi niyeke ukukhuluma into eningayazi. I also wish to thank the provinces, thank SASSA, NDA, regional managers and all for ensuring that they are here and they continue doing the work, serving the people. And they serve the people without thinking, are you black, are you colored, are you what, are you what? These officials that you see sitting here and sitting over there, when you come to SASSA offices, NDA offices everywhere, they don't say because you are white, we are not going to serve you like you did in the past. Futhi wena nje wena ngabe uthula ukudlula bonke wena. Thank you everyone for those who logged in to this discussion and this debate. I wish to thank you. In particular, I want to thank and appreciate all stakeholders from business to academia to labor, civil society, donor, development partners who have partners and worked with us at DSD Portfolio. After this, we apologize, Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability. We will watch you where we are because we are continuing the conversation with our stakeholders at SAPL headquarters. I want to also appreciate all formations, including Sonke Gender Justice, Brothers for Life, People Opposing Gender Abuse, Bana Buang and Bana Bakai from the Northwest, Act Now, and I think the provinces can talk about many other organizations who stand up to fight gender-based violence. We have a program as a department at Asikulume. Can we use that program to make sure that we assist our people? Also, I want to thank Soweto Creamers, Mavis Malulega, who started small businesses out of the 350. L&K House of Shoes, they also started using their 350 for starting business. Jabulile in Randfontein started business in 2020. There are many others I can talk about. I wish to thank the government of the African National Congress for standing firm and being strong about supporting our people. I will not forget to thank my life partner, Zweli, my family, the grandchildren and all for being able to understand and appreciate the work that I do that keeps on taking me away from work. Malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi.
Ngibongwe, Minister.
Honorable delegates, before we conclude, honorable members, I just really want to emphasize the fact of the decorum of the House. We don't have to shout when we want to heckle. Can we really still allow the speaker on the podium or on the platform to be able to be heard by those that want to listen to them? You can shout as much as you like, but please make sure that you don't drown the speaker. I'm just asking it because it's sometimes becoming very, very unbearable, particularly if you sit here in front. Thank you very much, Honorable. Let me start to say, we have come to the end of this debate, the debate on Budget Vote 19, Social Development. Before I thank the Minister and the Deputy Minister, let me thank our special guest in the gallery, the Grannies Against Poverty and AIDS, coming from Khayelitsha, It was wonderful to have you here. Thank you very much for attending this budget. I would like to thank the Minister, the Deputy Minister, MECs, and all other special delegates for their participation and their attendance. We will now proceed to the second, third, and fourth orders of the day. It is the policy debate on budget vote 20, women, youth, and persons with disability. Policy debate on budget vote 9, planning, monitoring, and evaluation. Policy debate on budget vote 14, statistics South Africa, appropriation bill B3 2023. Before I continue, I would just indicate that you are excused, Honorable Minister, as soon as you want to leave. Honorable Minister Lindiwe Z and MEC Lindiwe N and other MECs that are here that will not continue with us. I'm sorry, my comrade, I didn't get your domicile, so we will continue. I just also want to inform the members that there was a request from the Honorable Dlamini Zuma to join us from the platform because she's not feeling so well. I'm mentioning it because she's one of the people that are here most regularly of all the ministers, although other people might differ with me. So I will now call on the Honorable Nkosazana Clarice Dlamini Zuma, the Minister of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, to open the debate. Over to you, Honorable Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. Greetings to the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Health and Social Services and Select Committee members.
Can we have more sound, please?
The Presidency.
We don't hear you, Honorable Minister.
Ministers and Deputy Ministers.
Can we get assistance from the table?
Delegates, Chairperson and CEO of the NYTA.
We can't hear you, Minister.
Fellow South Africans.
We can't hear you.
On a sad note, condolences to the family, friends, members of Parliament, and comrades of Honorable Tina Jumat Peterson, who sadly passed away yesterday. Our budget vote today takes place 6 days after the launch of the Youth Month, during which we commemorate.
Chief Whip, can we be assisted so that we can hear the member that is on the platform?
I'm standing on that. I think the minister should be advised that there's a disconnect between visual and the house. We have raised it before, Deputy Chairperson, that the IT, the table staff must take this matter very seriously, because it even impacted on participation of members who are not in the house. So this disconnect between virtual and the chamber should be sorted out as a matter of business.
Our department's determination to rally and institutionalize an all of government and all of society approach to the economic emancipation of women, youth, and persons with disability. Honorable Deputy Chair, our ability to deliver our society a tomorrow that is better than yesterday is a yardstick a government should earn its legitimacy as a genuine custodian of aspirations of South Africans, particularly those who are marginalized. Despite the substantive and visible progress we have made in all spheres of socio-economic development, a lot more still needs to be done. We therefore acknowledge that despite our best efforts and intentions, the systematic and structural legacy of colonialism and apartheid cannot and will not be corrected in just under 3 decades of the democratic dispensation. While our continent's youthful population is a blessing that could bring demographic dividend, but it is not automatic. Significant investment in our most precious resource, the people, is urgently required to make the demographic dividend a reality. whilst it should be of concern to all of us, is that extent to which our society remains characterized by poverty, unemployment, and inequality that disproportionately affects women, youth, and persons with disability. The World Bank's report titled Overcoming Poverty and Inequality in South Africa observes, among other things, that poverty in South Africa persists along racial, gender, and spatial dimensions, with Black rural women particularly on the receiving end. The World Bank's 2018 report notes that, I quote, "There is inequality of wealth. The bottom 50% of households account for only 8% of incomes, 5% of asset values, and 4% of net wealth. Richer households are almost 10 times wealthier than poor households and have much more financial assets and mortgage liabilities. There is consumption inequality. Of course, consumption is determined by income. So we can see that the majority of people are still on grants because that's the only income they will have, and it cushions them against the poverty. There is wage inequality. A little over 10% of the working population is white, yet white South Africans make nearly 3 times the average wage for Black South Africans, who constitute more than 75% of the labor force. There is inequality of opportunities. In South Africa, inequality of opportunities for children is determined by variables such as gender, ethnicity, place of birth, family origins, which should not be in a normal society. 5, upward intergenerational mobility. There is low intergenerational mobility, and this paints a rather pessimistic scenario, as it suggests that current levels of inequality are likely to persist in the future. Ordinarily, one generation should move upwards. Every next generation should be moving upwards, but it's not quite happening like that here in South Africa. So our collective budgets and efforts as a government and working together with all social partners must serve to arrest and not to widen these disparities. So, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, as a department, we are traditionally known as an advocacy department, and we have a shoestring budget, as you know. But we have decided this time that we will change and have a step change. And we, according to the Constitution of the country, Section 198, it determines that we should all live as equals. Communities should not live in fear of violence or want. But looking at where we are today, we are all in agreement that we don't live as equals. Communities live in fear due to violent crime, gender-based violence and femicide. And we do not live in peace and harmony, and neither are we free from fear and want. So, in agreement with the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the country, we have decided that we are going to implement a South African National Defence Force-led national service, primarily targeted at the youth, women, and persons with disability. And this will contribute to a skills revolution that will be open to every son and daughter in South Africa. And this will assist in accelerating the nation's post-pandemic recovery and reconstruction, because we know that a lot of our youth are unemployable because they don't have skills. So the National Defence Force will contribute to skilling them and massifying the sector-specific skills development so that we can power our nation's industrialization, aspiration, and grow local economy and kickstart a deliberate skills revolution. The second thing we want to do is an integrated farming value chain cooperatives. Our department, in partnership with universities, TVET colleges, and existing civil society organizations, will capacitate, train, empower communities, and roll out the integrated farming cooperatives in South Africa's poorest districts. The primary objective of these projects are to reduce the impact of extreme poverty, hunger, and unemployment, and basic socio-economic insecurity, and restore livelihoods and build community wealth. Linked to the integrated farming cooperatives, the department will partner with public, private, and non-profit entities to train and capacitate over 300 women, youth, and persons with disability in at least 3 of the 10 poorest districts in baking skills. We also want to open a cooperative bank because we know that it's very difficult for women, youth, and persons with disability to access finance from our normal banks. So we are collaborating with the Cooperative Bank Development Agency and other key stakeholders to establish cooperative banking institution to improve access to finance. We're also looking at the creative industry as a catalyst for job creation and local economic development. We learn from Miriam Makeba's iconic career not to underestimate the power of the creative industry. This industry is not only central to the soul of the nation, it also has a potential of creating thousands and thousands of jobs, as we have seen in Bollywood, in Hollywood, in Nollywood, and also in increasing and improving the GDP of the country. Because this industry has a ripple effect on many other areas. So we want to, amongst other things, establish 1 or more recording studios so that young people can also record their music and make the most of their talent. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, we are also saddened that gender-based violence is not going away, and it's something that we all have to fight against. We are fighting for a South Africa where all women are free to actively engage and exercise their talents in every area of human endeavor. Whether it is in agriculture, in the arts, in the judiciary, academia, sports, politics, the economy, amongst others. This is because women empowerment is fundamental to the empowerment of society as a whole. Our department will be reviving the focus on the oceans economy and its potential to create jobs as an economic frontier. And therefore, this year, our theme for Women's Month is on the oceans economy, and oceans economy, harnessing opportunities in the oceans for work, for women, socio-economic empowerment. So there was a time when this was discussed, but somehow it seemed to have fizzled out, and we want to revive that discussions because the ocean is important in South Africa. But we also are very sad, as I said earlier, that women still continue to suffer what the president called the second pandemic, gender-based violence and femicide. So we want to mobilize the whole of government, the whole of society to treat gender-based violence and femicide as a pandemic, because it was announced as such, but I don't think we are treating it as such. So we also want to work with research institutions to find out what are the drivers, known and unknown drivers of gender-based violence, so that our target in terms of trying to cap this scourge can be focused on those drivers. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, one of the liberation struggles said, and that's Meshope, I'm quoting her, she said, everyone must decide what their mission is. Her mission was to liberate South Africa. And what is your mission? Now, this is a question that should be answered by all of us, the whole of society, including members of parliament on either side of the benches, the governing and the opposition benches. Because we will not be able to deal with this scourge unless the whole of society, every single person, takes responsibility. So the Deputy Minister will also expand on this. We are also, today, as you may know, the bill on the Council for Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, that bill is being dealt with in the National Assembly. There's public hearings today, and we are happy that that is happening. But as I say, it will not be possible to end gender-based violence unless all of us take responsibility. It was Haile Selassie who said, when those who should have acted didn't act, and those who knew better were indifferent, and those who could have made sure that there's justice didn't do anything. That's why evil continues in the world. So we shouldn't be counted as those who didn't act when we should have acted. So, honorable members, I also want to deal with the issue of persons with disability. The Deputy Minister will expand on that. I'll just touch on a few areas. As part of advocacy, we aim at increasing the level of awareness information and knowledge about the different disabilities. The department will be working with the Department of Health and persons with disabilities organizations to publish a working manual and guide on mental health, on autism, epilepsy, acceptable terminology on disability, wheelchair provision, deaf and blind disabilities. Of course, we'll also be advocating on albinism. As you know, there is a problem now in the country where people with albinism are under siege. Now that Parliament has passed the 18th Constitutional Amendment Bill, and the South African Sign Language is going to be the 12th official language, we will be working with the South African Sign Language Society and also with PENSAP and other departments to ensure that the 12th language is mainstreamed. The department will also support the development of a framework on self-representation by the persons with disability, so that we can make a reality their slogan of nothing about us without us. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the NYDA will be rolling out a lot of its programs in terms of ensuring that the youth entrepreneurs are supported, ensuring that young people are put through the proper pathways to get jobs or training. And there will be also training, assisting young people with driver's license and the last mile delivery, so that they can get jobs in the delivery sector, and they might buy some of them, provide some of them with motorbikes so that they are able to do that. They'll be training about 50,000 in the skills development. So NYDA will continue to do a lot as it has been doing before. And also, Honorable Deputy Chair, we are going to be hosting what we call the 40 Under 40 Innovation Awards. These awards are to celebrate and recognize excellence amongst our people, especially young people, but also to inspire those who still want to get there. These awards will be held in September this year, and they will be including areas such as banking, finance, energy, agriculture, and many others. Entrepreneurship, community development, media, journalism, theater, arts, and many others. And those nominations are open as we speak. They've been open for a while, and they will be closing on the 16th of June. So we encourage all of you who know young people of excellence to nominate them so that they can participate in this. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, let me say that our budget allocation for this year is 1,036,444 rands. 77% of that goes to NYDA. And of course, 94 million of that goes to the Commission on Gender Equality. And the department itself remains with just over 200. And then.
Yes, you conclude, Honorable Minister.
And we remain with only 76 million. So you might be asking yourself, so how are you going to do all these things with such a shoestring budget? We are determined to work with other stakeholders, private sector, NGOs, universities, SITAs, and everyone that we can cooperate with to actually implement what we want to do. So in conclusion, I wish to thank the Select Committee and the chair of the Select Committee, the Commission for Gender Equality, our Deputy Minister, the National Youth Development Agency, and all the NGOs and international partners that we work with, the private sector that we work with, and also thank the Director General and all the officials in my office for all the work they do. I also want to thank my family for the support they've given me, not just now, but over the years. And I would like to then ask this august House to support this budget. And obviously, I hope everyone will support the budget, because if we don't support the budget, it means we can't do the work.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Dlamini Zuma. We will continue with the debates, and we will now call on the Honorable Marupini Ramakgopa, Minister on the Presidency for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. And while the Minister starts with the debate, I will request the House Chairperson to relieve me now. Please. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. If it is possible, may I kindly request that I switch off my video or my camera, precisely because I do not have good network. So I'm afraid that if I don't switch it off, I will continue to have glitches. I'm not sure if I'm audible because the previous speaker has spoke. As she was speaking, it looks like she was not audible. Am I audible, Honorable Chairperson?
Yes, Honorable Minister, you are honorable. You are.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. And I take it that you are allowing me to actually switch off my video, not because I do not respect the House, but precisely because I'm afraid that I will get cut because of network issues.
Okay, agreed. You can continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. Amos Masondo, the Honorable Deputy Chairperson of NCOP, Mayor Sylvia Lucas, Honorable Deputy Minister of DPME, Mayor Pinkike Kana, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of the Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Ndate Kyangi, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers that are here on the platform, and Honorable Portfolio Committee members, Honorable members of the NCOP, and the Director General of DPME, including the entire team, as well as the team that is in the National Planning Commission. It is an honor, Honorable Chairperson, to table the budget policy statement of the Department of Monitoring Evaluation for this period of 2023-2024 financial year to this August House. As the previous speakers have already spoken, I would like to take this opportunity to, of course, pass my heartfelt condolences to the family of our beloved departed Tina Peterson, or Tina Jumat Peterson, who passed away yesterday. We would like to pass our condolences, of course, to the family, most especially the two sons and the siblings. We hope that they will find comfort somehow in these trying times. And of course, condolences is also passed to the ruling party, which have lost a gallant fighter and someone that has really worked hard for this democratic dispensation and the organization of the ANC to be where it is. We also continue to use this opportunity to outline the department's plan for the current financial year and to reflect on the government's performance in the implementation of our developmental goals. These goals are embedded in the National Development Plan and in the 7 priority areas for the 6th administration as outlined in the MTSF cycle of 2019 up to 2024, which is next year. During the 2023 State of the Nation address, His Excellency President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa acknowledged our collective hope and resilience as one of the defining attributes of our nation. And I'm very sure that none of us can actually speak anything that is opposed to this statement. It is through hope that we have been able to navigate and conquer the most challenging times as a country, including the recent COVID-19 pandemic, the 2021 unrest, and the natural disasters that have affected parts of our countries. Despite the compounding challenges such as unemployment, crime, and stark inequalities in society, we remain resilient and forward-looking in our pursuit to rebuild our economy, restore social cohesion, and strengthen social compact in advancing socio-economic development. We reflect on almost 30 years of South Africa's democracy and recognize the significant milestones achieved during this period, including the expansion of our social protection systems that the Department of Social Development has, of course, detailed, and we definitely celebrate that irrespective of who sees it as something that no one should celebrate. We continue to also acknowledge the increased access to basic education and healthcare services, the improved responsiveness of our criminal justice system, and the strengthening of our diplomatic relation across Africa and the world that has also assisted us to be able to increase our economic diplomacy. We must hold on to the hope and resilience as a nation in order to protect and advance our democratic gains. Honorable Chairperson, priority 1 of the 7 priorities under the 6th administration is to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. As DPME, our contribution to this priority lies in strengthening the coordination of all spheres of government, the legislature and judiciary to operate in alignment. We also continue to coordinate social issues, including service delivery, most especially service delivery that moves the needle as it relates to intervening in making sure that we change the lives of our people. In 2021, we introduced the National Framework towards the professionalization of public service. The framework aims to ensure a qualified and competent workforce in the public sector that will provide strategic leadership and the political and administrative interface. The DPME continues to support the President in the assessment of annual performance plans of the executive to ensure that service delivery is an integral aspect of their priorities as we approach the end of the MTSF framework of this particular cycle. Our role is in the process to assess the alignment of their APPs with the broader NDP, the MTSF priorities, SONA, and budgetary processes of government to ensure better coordination on the provision of service delivery of our people, as I've already alluded to. The cross-cutting focus of all APPs must include the rise of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. It is for this reason that we also are excited at the presentation and the budget vote that just was presented by Minister Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, because it definitely speaks to what we would like to see and give direction to what other departments and stakeholders should actually align themselves to. As part of building state accountability and reinforcing ethical values, the government has developed the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. The NACS sets out a comprehensive program of action to address both the preventative and reactive measures in the fight against corruption. The process of implementing the NACS has led to the appointment of Independent National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council by the President in 2022. The Council will provide advisory inputs on matters related to government's comprehensive response to the recommendation of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegations.
Chairperson?
Yes,
Chair?
Honorable Member. Honorable Mkausi.
I'm rising on a point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Chairperson, I heard during the beginning of the budget speech that the minister passed some sort of an apology for not being in the house, but we cannot let a person table a budget without even seeing the face of that person. Can the video be switched on so that we see who's speaking here?
Honorable Mkausi.
Honorable Moai, you
Can
can't
I-
intimidate me
Honorable
like that.
Mkausi.
I'm
Are you
talking.
done? Are you done?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
done.
Chief Whip.
House Chair, clearly this is meant for disrupting the proceedings of the speech of the minister, because when you started here, you did outline and the request was granted to the minister on why the video is switched on. And secondly, this is a hybrid sitting. This is a hybrid sitting. Ministers who have indicated not to be in the house because of other reasons or any other member, they do participate in the house. So unfortunately, the honorable member is joining the proceedings very late. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable members, there's no point of order. Can you continue, Minister? Thank you.
House Chairperson, there's a point of order here. Unless you don't know the procedure of chairing a council.
Honorable member,
A minister cannot
take a ruling and I'll ask the table.
All departmental budget with a video
Can
off.
the table
Can't
assist me?
happen.
Please.
Unless you don't know what. Who said I must be muted?
Must be muted.
Who said I must be muted because it's my right?
Take a ruling already. Can the table assist me?
It's allowed. It's a hybrid meeting, this one.
Chairperson, a whole minister cannot table a budget with a video off unless you don't know procedure yourself. It can't happen. It can't.
It can.
It can't happen. It's wrong. That thing is not done. The ANC
Honorable
cannot
Mkausi,
dictate
can you
to
allow
us.
us to proceed?
The ANC cannot dictate to us on wrong things that they want to push inside the council.
You
It's
know,
wrong.
Honorable Mkausi, if you are inside in the house, I was going to take you out. But now I'm taking the ruling that
You take me out for what?
Yes,
We're
must
going
be
to
out.
take you out. We're going to take you out for not
You
knowing the
will go out.
procedure of the council. You don't know the procedure of the council. We will take you out. We'll
She
remove
asked
you
for
from that chair.
permission. The
What
minister
wrong
asked for
things are you busy
permission.
with there?
I'm giving you a last warning.
What wrong things are you busy with there?
The
We'll
table,
remove
please.
you.
I've taken a ruling and I was very patient for Honorable Mkausi. I don't have any choice now. She must be out right now.
You can take me out, but I can tell you now that you can't chair council. You can't. You are allowing wrong things.
Mama Ndlovu, how do you take
You are
Honorable
allowing
Mkausi
wrong
out?
things in the
That we
council.
ruled the other day.
Wrong things. The DA must bring that video of yours again.
No, Mama Ndlovu, you can't do that. That other councillor, when we said the judge must put a video on, she was sitting in a car. And then we allowed that councillor to give Lanoga a speech over a car. Why is the minister not Lanoga? But now you want to take Mama Kause out. It's wrong, Mama Ndlovu. It's wrong. You must be very consistent, Mama Ndlovu. You must be consistency. Because we said it in the last sitting that the councillor must open his video. There's nothing special about the minister. We can't be addressed by people who don't have video on.
Honorable Makwala,
Mama.
uzawulandela sana.
Then
Because
say,
I didn't give you the permission. I've never gave you a permission to speak. And I believe, yes, last week on Thursday, nonke nitholile lomkulu. Lomkulu wama rules nitholile nonke. Unless you want me ukuthi ngikufundele futhi. Ngakho ke ngeke ngikwenze lokho. Anginikanga permission yokuthi ukhulume and ngizocela ukuthi uthule until mina ngikunikeze permission yokukhuluma.
I will on a point of order again.
Anginazi isikhathi sokudlala ngizosebenza la. Can we allow the minister to continue with her speech, please?
Thank you very
Minister,
much.
Kuba sana, Kuba.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I honestly don't mind putting my camera on. It's just that it is the issue of network, but I will be directed by you as the chairperson of the session. The coordination across government is key to improving service delivery through the DDM model. The implementation of the DDM is able to put policy and legislative system into action to promote localization and improve service delivery. The DDM is making significant progress in almost all districts across the country. According to reports, districts have developed their one plans to outline areas of socio-economic development in their respective localities. The plans are being evaluated to coordinate participation of all spheres of government in the implementation process. This is a key intervention of the National Steering Committee for Integrated Planning. The committee aims to improve collaboration across the government by creating a high-level platform to engagement, consultation, sharing of best practices, and unblocking development obstacles across government. Planning remains the apex of advancing developmental goals. Therefore, the department has conducted an extensive assessment study on the state of planning, followed by consultation with stakeholders that led the development of policy framework for integrated planning. The framework was adopted by the Cabinet for implementation in 2022. The policy framework and its implementation plan builds on progress made in institutionalizing planning and seeks to address gaps such as the fragmentation of planning, inadequate capabilities, and the need to improve coordination and modernize the planning system towards the achievement of better results. The policy framework has further informed the production of the Development Planning Framework Bill. The bill provides a legislative framework for the national development planning system involving the three spheres of government and organs of state, informed by the constitutional powers and functions. It further sets out the planning functions of the DPME and the National Planning Commission. We aim to table the bill to Cabinet and Parliament in the current financial year. Honorable members, the DPME has developed the budget prioritization framework to facilitate the alignment of planning priorities and the national budget process on an annual basis. The BPF is a key input in the budget deliberations and the medium-term expenditure committee, which makes the recommendation of funding allocation for the country. In the year 2022-2023, a research report was commissioned to assess the alignment between the national planning system and the budgeting processes. This research revealed that there is relatively good alignment between interventions, plans, and budgets. However, these interventions are not translated in result-based targets within institutional plans. Therefore, as the DPME, we have recommended further reforms to improve alignment of the planning and budgeting systems. Honorable members, the second priority of the sixth administration is on economic transformation and job creation. In 2022, we released the term monitoring report, which indicated that government continues its ride in promoting inclusive economic growth and aimed at addressing the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The strides are made in the context of economic shocks, including the COVID-19 pandemic that I've just spoken about, the energy crisis, and other structural constraints. One of the notable interventions led by President Ramaphosa is the South African Investment Conference, which has been able to raise about 1.5 trillion worth of investment pledges and commitments over the past 5 years, which exceeded the initial targets by almost 26%, and which is something that I think we should all celebrate. These pledges are aimed at increasing investments and implementation of economic reforms. As DPME, we are consolidating a framework to assess the impact of these investments, pledges, and agreements on the development of the country and its citizens. This entails consultations and deliberations with captains of industries, the private sector, multilateral companies, and other critical stakeholders at a domestic and international level to engage on trade relations and social compact. As we all know, government cannot do it alone. So the issue of active citizenry becomes very important in this regard. During 2022, there has been significant progress in implementing the economic reconstruction and recovery plan aimed at unleashing South Africa's economic potential alongside infrastructure reforms. Notably, the establishment of the National Energy Crisis Committee, also known as NCOP, in 2022 aimed at coordinating a response to the electricity crisis with a clear mandate to bring an end to the load shedding and accelerate new energy generation. To date, the licensing requirement for embedded generation projects has been lifted and the pipeline has grown over 100 private sector projects with more than 9,000 megawatts of capacity anticipated. Government has also announced an ESCOM debt relief of 254 billion, which is approximately 168 billion in capital and 86 billion in interest over the next 3 years. The government is also pursuing greater competition in transport and logistics through third-party access to the freight rail sector in line with 2022 white paper on rail policy. In addition, a freight road to rail migration-based document was developed in the first quarter of the financial year 2022-2023. The road to rail performance between 2016 to 2022 indicates that about 724,117 truckloads have been moved off road to rails. This translates to a total approximately of 24.62 million tons of volumes that have been transported through rail network in the same period. In addition, DPME will monitor the performance of state-owned enterprises within the transport sector and government department in facilitating this process, because without transport, the economy will definitely not be able to move. We must leverage on the instrumental role of the SOEs in driving forward structural and economic reforms. This requires that we invest in stability, effectiveness, and the financial sustainability of SOEs to improve responsiveness in delivering their mandates. The rollout of critical infrastructure is underway in water, sanitation, energy, and transport. Projects worth about 134.2 billion are in procurement. An additional 232.3 billion worth of projects are in construction, and 3.9 billion worth of projects have been completed as we speak. In my capacity as Minister in the Presidency for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation and the government representative in the Public-Private Growth Initiative, I'm making a call for the private sector to make sustained contribution to developing, maintaining and expanding economic infrastructure. I am saying this with the understanding that we also have a responsibility as government to create an enabling environment for business to be able to invest, but also to participate as citizens that wants to see this government grow. Honorable Chairperson, the third priority of the sixth administration is in education, skills and health. Since the dawn of democracy in 1994, we have made great strides to move towards universal access to education. The National Student Financial Aid, is also known as NSFAS, is steadily increasing access to post-school education and training, making it possible for students from poor background to attend TVET colleges and public universities. And I think this will also make the Minister of Social Development happy, as she also spoke about this. As part of the SA Connect program, efforts are also being made to upscale connectivity in our schools and create a conducive environment for learners to embrace technological innovations. The DPME has initiated engagements with Department of Basic Education and Department of Communication and Digital Technologies for a discussion on the possibility of increasing the allocated bandwidth for teaching and learning. We call on telecommunication companies to participate and contribute to ensuring that our children are not excluded from the digital revolution. This include infrastructure support, training and education, and access to connectivity. This will also help them to be able to build their future employees in the future and also their future partners of business that would then now be able to be well equipped if they invest today. During the current MTSF, improving the overall healthcare system of our country has become a priority and which will continue to be a priority. The government has developed the National Health Insurance Bill in 2022 for the implementation of national health insurance. The bill aims to improve the total life expectancy of South Africans through programs that are aimed at curbing the impact of both communicable and non-communicable diseases. We must say that we are actually very happy to know that this bill has really received a desirable or been received well in Parliament and also in Portfolio Committee, and we'll hope that it will continue to grow and do what it's supposed to do. Having said that, I must say that we're also celebrating the fact that a life expectancy rate has really improved in South Africa, and we definitely hope that all our sustainable development goals will, especially as it relates to health, will be reached in due course. Honorable members, the fourth priority of the sixth administration is focused on consolidating social wage. Over the medium term, the government has dedicated 59.2 of the consolidated non-interest spending to health, education, housing, social protection, transport, employment, and local amenities. Since the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, as I've already alluded to, the social relief distress grant that the Minister of Social Development has spoken about has reached around 8.3 million people. The intervention forms part of an ongoing process aimed at introducing the basic income support for most vulnerable people. There have been a number of researches that have been made in terms of the impact of this 350 rands, and it has been proven that indeed people use this in their majority to buy food, and some of them are also using it to be able to try and go and get jobs. So indeed, it is making a difference where it is needed the most. Ladies and gentlemen, the fifth priority focuses on social cohesion and safe communities. Our government wants citizens to be and feel safe. A safe environment allows citizens to participate in the socio-economic activities of our country. In this case, we welcome the enlistment of the 10,358 new subs recruitments of the year, financial year 2022 and 2023, which is definitely above the 10,000 target that we have put for ourselves. This
As you conclude,
definitely. Okay, as I conclude, Madam Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to thank you for giving me this particular time to actually be able to speak on the priorities of government. We will continue to allow ourselves and to make sure that we come to report and to also coordinate on the responsibilities that have given to us in supporting government and building a capable state. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I just hope that I did not really upset the House in not showing my face, but this is definitely me, Maropene Ramokgopa. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, I would like now to recognize Honorable M. Ramokgopa, Minister, Presidency Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. Honorable I.K. Murolong, the Deputy Minister on Presidency.
Got a visitor here. Ministers and deputy ministers in the presidency, honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, fellow South Africans, Dumelang. Yesterday, the country received the harrowing news of the unfortunate passing of Honorable Tina Jumaat Peterson,
I wish to join the President in extending our collective deep sense of condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of Honorable Jumaat Peterson. Honorable members, we are assembled here in this August House, 10 days before our nation commemorates the heroic sacrifices of the youth of 1976. For their valor and immense sacrifices, we owe every young person who perished in the struggle a debt that can never be repaid. We call on the youth of 2023 to similarly confront the common challenges that face our country today and contribute in the construction of a democratic developmental society. Honorable Chairperson, 2 weeks ago, on the 25th May, as South Africans and Africans, we celebrated Africa Day as a day on which the Organization of African Unity, OAU, later AU, was formed to pronounce an agenda for Africa that sought and seeks to build Africa that is free of disunity and violence-driven diseases, ignorance, amongst other things. Flowing from work done 60 years ago by the founders of African Union, South Africa is a proud signatory to the African Charter on Statistics, which was concluded a few years ago. This signature obliges South Africa and States SA to the noble ideas and ideals espoused in the African Charter on Statistics. The African Charter on Statistics, amongst others, provides for a common legal framework for statistics development of the African continent. We mention this as we do to illustrate that South Africa is committed to the African and international agenda to secure integrity of all our statistical products. We mention this as we do to underscore our commitment to the integrity and independence of our National Statistics Agency, Stats SA. In its 2023-2024 work program, Stats SA boldly confirms that statistics are a vital source of evidence as it provides objective and numerical data on important aspects of the country, including economic growth, job creation, characteristics of the population, social living conditions, health, education, and crime, to mention a few. Importantly, because the work that Stats SA does is an integral part of both our social and economic life, we come to you to present a budget that supports the organization's work program, 2023-2024. The funding of these work programs will ensure that Stats SA continues to provide the country with objective and numerical data on important aspects such as economic growth, job creation, etc. Honorable Chairperson, while our country is still largely reliant on the resource economy, important strides are made to move into the knowledge-driven economy. In this regard, as we transit from resource-based to knowledge-based economy, we recognize the tremendous value that lies in the gathering, assessment, and utilization of data to drive and inform decisions across all sectors of South African society. Importantly, this institutional autonomy and integrity of our National Statistics Agency is vital to the production of credible, objective, and valid data, so as to objectively empower decisions across all sectors. In relation to government, this data is important to firstly assist government to elaborate policy that properly responds to the needs of the vast majority of the people of South Africa, to help government monitor and evaluate progress and outcomes of policy implementation against a set of baselines. Secondly, data is important for the enhancement of service delivery and the effective allocation of resources by providing evidence of health outcomes, population demographics, academic performance, social and economic infrastructure needs. Using these evidence, government can make evidence-based decisions in identifying and addressing areas that need improvement. Stats SA therefore occupies an important place in our pursuit for economic freedom and growth and social equity. Its independent role to collect, produce, and disseminate official statistics is extremely important and needs to be continuously protected. House Chairperson, in a Stats SA budget vote speech to the National Assembly almost a month ago, Minister Nchaveni holds that as a matter of purpose, the statistical results released by Stats SA must ensure that government gets the information it needs to develop policies and programs and interventions and equally inform the public so that they can evaluate the effectiveness of government's actions. It is this symbiotic relationship between access to information and the formulation of evidence-based public policy interventions that continue to highlight the importance of an independent, objective, and stable national statistical system. Government is committed to ensure, guarantee, and promote the independence of our national statistical system, not only for use, but by the public sector, but also to ensure that we are well-informed, we have a well-informed public citizenry, able and ready to use our statistical products as equipment for decision-making. Honorable House Chair, we meet here today as government and legislators to debate this budget vote during the time in which our national economy is facing seriously tough economic and social headwinds, both domestically and globally. Load shedding continues to exert enormous pressure on small businesses, forcing some to close down and increasing unemployment as a result. On the global front, the Russia-Ukraine conflict has produced interruptions on the global supply chain, especially of foodstuff and fertilizers. Global inflation continues to rise, creating ripple effects on the domestic economy. In this regard, we need reliable and objective numeric data to inform and drive our decision-making, successfully to respond to the challenges thus enunciated. Honorable Chairperson, in pursuit of the transformation of the statistical landscape in South Africa, the organization identified 4 strategic outcomes to achieve, namely insightful data, agile operating model, interconnected statistical models, transform capability. Honorable Chair, insightful data speaks to both the quantitative and qualitative production of data that matches the requirements of our sustainability and developmental agenda. Our data should be able to be easily understood, to illuminate insights that spur action from the people, their representatives, and all economic factors. While the statistical system's ability properly to respond to the growing user demands for insightful data is a challenge in the current environment, Stats SA will adopt a new data culture that is more expensive, flexible, that is more responsive, flexible, and proactive in meeting user demands. In this regard, Stats SA will endeavor to provide a digital user platform to meet and serve basic user demands for insightful data. This is targeted to be achieved by 2025 at the midpoint of the current MTF. In support of this strategic outcome, Stats SA has developed an integrated indicator framework to align information needs from global to municipal level with the National Development Plan as a pivot of the framework. This framework will be used to identify gaps that exist in the statistical data system and guide to inform prioritization of statistical series. Conversations with COGTA are underway to identify indicators to be included in the integrated indicator framework for the district development model. Together with IIF, Stats SA will be revamping its website to serve as a key service point for the consumption of its products, in line with the user request. The website revamping has started in the first quarter of this financial year. We are pleased to announce strategic partnership that Stats SA has concluded with a number of stakeholders, including South African Reserve Bank, Medical Research Council, and the Department of Home Affairs, amongst others. These partnerships seek to build collaboration and partnership in the data ecosystem. With regard to agile operating systems, Stats SA seeks to build innovative operations that allow for flexibility and responsiveness in the delivery of statistical product faster and cost effectively. With our agile operating models, Stats SA will be using digital methods to collect data for the consumer price index as just but one example of continued modernization of our collection, analysis, and dissemination of our statistical products. The building of interconnected statistical models seeks to build an interconnected system that improves efficiency, accountability, and accessibility. The continued building of partnerships, some of which we have mentioned above, will be a key feature of this interconnected statistical model. The Statistics Amendment Bill will provide for the improved statistical coordination and assure adherence to the 8th condition contained in the Protection of Personal Information Act. Honorable members, for the 2023 financial year, Stats SA has set itself a number of key priorities, which will inform its work during the ensuing period. These are tabling the Stats SA Act draft amendment bill in Parliament, sustaining the quality of national indicators, driving a transformation and change agenda, dissemination of Census 2022 results to the nation, conducting the outcome and expenditure survey. This set of priorities will continue to put Stats SA as a preeminent data collection agency amongst its peers across the world. We will unpack some of these priorities below. Honorable Chair, a national consensus of the population was conducted during 2022, the results of which will be released in the second quarter of the 2023 financial year. The census remains the biggest mass mobilization of any nation during peace times. In our case, as a country, the census, which reaches out to every corner of our nation, is one of those programs that serves to assist in building a non-racial, non-sexist democratic South Africa. Stats SA is hard at work with the downstream process of census processing. Once the work is complete, the South African Statistics Council, an independent body that advises the minister and the statistician general, will satisfy themselves that the numbers can stand the test of time. After which process, the statistician general will then announce the date of the release of the results. The census forms the bedrock of long-term planning and will immensely benefit our nation as we seek solutions to provide better life for all. Ensuing from the release of census data, Stats SA will embark on a stakeholder engagement process to assist stakeholders in both private and public sector to fully grasp the numerical data therein. Extensive use of media campaigns and electronic tools at national, provincial, and district levels will be deployed. Honorable members, in line with international statistical standards, Stats SA will in 2023-2024 continue to publish 230 statistical releases and reports, invariably to track our national economic indicators. These reports are a lifeblood of our society as they provide numeric data that informs decision-making in all sectors of our economy. Many institutions, including government departments, rely or should rely on these pieces of data to support and anchor their organizational decisions. Honorable Chairperson, the population and social statistics will continue to deliver key national socio-economic indicators by publishing 53 statistical releases and reports in 2023-2024, in line with the international statistical standards and practices. Stats SA received funding allocation to conduct an income and expenditure survey that collects data on the poverty situation in the country. The survey will be completed in the 2023 financial year, and the results set to be published in 2024. The numeric data that we will issue out of this survey
As you conclude,
will be crucial to guide government intervention on a number of areas, will better appreciate and comprehend the granular characteristics of our economy, of our income and inequality patterns. We extend our appreciation to the Select Committee on Health and Social Services for the supportive work, as well as holding Stats SA to account to the South African public at all times. As a statistician general is fond to say, "Ke helela kgone, ke a leboga."
thanks very much, honorable member. Honorable members, I would now like to recognize Izet Jandu, Chairperson, Select Committee, Health and Social Services. Honorable Jandu.
Good afternoon, Honorable House Chair, acknowledging the honorable ministers, honorable MECs, honorable members of the National Council of Provinces. Honorable House Chair, the debate is about the mainstreaming of women, youth, and persons with disabilities to transform their lives. The African National Congress consistently reiterates its commitment in protecting, reiterates. The African National Congress consistently reiterates its commitments in protecting and promoting the rights of all marginalized groups. It is for this reason that the Ministry for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities was formed in 2019. The department tasked with spearheading socioeconomic transformation and promoting the empowerment and inclusion of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. This will be done through mainstreaming, advocacy, monitoring, and evaluation efforts. The department's authority stems from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, specifically Section 9(3), which prohibits unfair discrimination based on various grounds, including race, gender, disability, and more. Section 10 of the Constitution emphasizes the inherent dignity of every individual and their right to have it respected and protected. To elevate the importance of women, youth, and persons with disabilities at the government level, the President announced the establishment of the Ministry for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities in May 2019, with priority objective of the department is to ensure the integration of gender, disability, and youth development across governance, the economy, and all aspects of state functions and social life. One of its key responsibilities is to coordinate, monitor, evaluate, and incorporate gender equality analysis into the fight against poverty. To fulfill its mandate effectively, the department aims to develop a robust policy framework that provides the necessary authority for coordination and oversight. The department developed 3 legislative proposals recently, notable the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill, the National Youth Development Agency Amendment Bill, and the Promotion of Women's Rights, Empowerment, and Gender Equality Bill. However, due to the processing need for urgent attention on gender-based violence and femicide, the department only introduced the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill and the National Youth Development Agency Amendment Bill. Honorable House Chairperson, to Parliament. Honorable House President, the Promotion of Women's Rights, Empowerment, and Gender-Based Equality Bill is scheduled to be presented to Parliament in the following fiscal year, 2023-2024, in accordance with Section 73 of the Constitution. The ANC supports these pieces of legislation as they enable the work of inclusion of the marginalized national groups.
Order, honorable member.
The work of the inclusion of the marginalized national groups and advancing the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. The ANC believes that these policies are necessary for the journey to advance the challenges of women and youth. A segment of the South African population consisting of women, youth, and persons with disabilities faces a higher vulnerability to poverty and social exclusion compared to the general population. The revised medium-term strategic framework for the period of 2019-2024 recognizes the need for specific attention and efforts at all levels of policy, planning, of the NSP on GBVF, guided by the approved gender-based violence and femicide national strategy plan, monitoring and evaluation framework at national, provincial, and local levels. Honorable House Chair, on women mainstreaming, the effectiveness of the national strategy plan on gender-based violence and femicide will primarily rely on the level of local ownership and commitment across all three tiers of government. Local and provincial government play a crucial role in this regard due to their proximity to communities. On youth mainstreaming, in response to this urgent situation, the National Youth Development Program is actively pursuing its mandate of developing regularity measures to empower youth economically. As part of this effort, the DWYPD has developed and obtained approval for the National Youth Policy, the NYP 2020-2030. The NYP 2030 provides guidance to the stakeholders involved in youth development, highlighting key areas of intervention to promote the fulfillment of young people's constitutional rights to social justice, social integration, and inclusion as active contributors to their communities and society. Furthermore, the monitoring and evaluation framework for the National Youth Policy 2020-2023, which was developed through consultations with various sectors, with youth being involved themselves, has been endorsed by Cabinet in September 2022. This framework monitors the progress of youth interventions aligned with the 5 pillars of the National Youth Policy. It serves as a central data hub for measuring the impact of youth development initiatives and enhancing accountability accessible to government leaders, youth, and other stakeholders. The monitoring evaluation framework outlines the approach to generate reliable and accurate data consistently, including the theory of change, expected outcomes of the NYP 2030, and extensive monitoring evaluation plan with objectives, quantitative and qualitative indicators, baselines, targets, and strategies for data collection, analysis, reporting, and utilization. Furthermore, the DWYPD has drafted the South African Youth Development Bill, which serves as a comprehensive legislative framework for youth development in the country. Upon its enactment, the SAYD Act will govern and regulate youth development initiatives. Chairperson, on streamlining of persons with disabilities, the lack of specific disability legislation poses significant challenges to the institutionalization of disability mainstreaming, inclusion, targeting, programming, and reporting. Without enforceable laws, it becomes difficult to ensure compliance and accountability in incorporating disability considerations into planning and implementation processes. This hinders the achievement of socioeconomic transformation for individuals with disabilities and exacerbates insertion challenges they face. The ANC calls, Honorable House Chairperson, the ANC calls for the fast tracking of capacitation of advocacy and mainstreaming Chief Directorate with Human Resource to help institutionalization of matter of persons with disabilities. The development of legislation is needed with urgency too. The South African Law Reform Commission processes and systems the process towards development of the disability legislation. Lastly, Honorable House Chairperson, there is a greater need for all the stakeholders involved to act with a sense of urgency to help accelerate the mainstreaming of the empowerment of people living with disabilities. The African National Congress support this budget vote. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, honorable member. Honorable members, I would like now to recognize Honorable M.K. Mima, the chairperson of Select Committee, Transport, Public Service, and Administration, Public Works, Infrastructure.
Greetings to you, House Chair, and also greetings to the minister on the platform, on the visual platform, and the deputy ministers in the House. Our special delegates, mo visual platform, le baagi ba Afrika Borwa ka kakaretso, ke re dumelang. Allow me, House Chair, to also join our comrades and the Speaker and the Chief Whip in conveying the message of condolences to Comrade Tina's family, sister in particular, Andre Jumad, the brother, and 2 sons, with the words of one of the author and screenwriter, Richard Rousseau, Kiamonopola. Lives are like rivers. Eventually they go where they must, not where we want them to. The family would have loved to have had their sister, their daughter, their mom still with them, and also the family of the ANC would have loved to have Comrade Tina still with us, but unfortunately life, like the rivers, it eventually decided to go where it wanted to, and therefore losing one of our senior leaders produced by the struggle of the Northern Cape, our former provincial chair of the Communist Party, the former provincial treasurer, the former MEC of Education and also Agriculture, who during her position at the helm of the Education Department, the province of the Northern Cape was in the top 3 at some point. We're leading in terms of the metric results. So kere go ba lelapa se dilega maikutlo le ba familia ANC. House Chair, I don't see my the watch here. Thank you, House Chair. Chair, therefore, my debate and participation in today's debate on the monitoring and evaluation is dedicated to Comrade Tina. The theme of my debate is enhancing planning, monitoring, and evaluation to accelerate the attainment of the medium-term strategic framework and the National Development Plan targets. House Chair, in the beginning of each term of administration, the ANC-led government has translated its manifesto, which was overwhelmingly accepted by the majority of South Africans, to develop a medium-term strategic framework. And this has been in line of the policy framework of government. Depending in terms of the alignment of government policy and the manifesto, we have implemented policies and also legislative interventions to ensure that they are in line with the Constitution and thereby prioritizing the alignment of the government implementation or the manifesto of governing party, because as the ANC, we take credence from how we view our relation with the state. We have always treated the state as a tribune of the people, not as a tool to be micromanaged. And our interaction with the state is within the framework of our policies, but also more than that in terms of the Constitution of South Africa. It is therefore imperative that when we debate the budget policy of the last financial year of the medium-term strategic framework, we should reflect on the work that the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation has covered over this period. We therefore have to make sure that a strategic reflection is made on the progress that we have made in terms of implementing the medium-term strategic framework. In doing so, as Chair, a critical engagement on this budget policy debate is quite important. And when you do that, you problematize a key strategic aspect of the mandate of the ministry and the department. It is important, Chair, that we isolate key areas. And the first one is around ensuring that there is nexus policy interface between policy, planning, and budgeting. The second one relates to strengthening the intervention authority of the Department of Planning and Monitoring and Evaluation. The third one is ensuring that we strengthen the performance information and performance reporting. And the fourth one is in terms of ensuring that we entrench the district development model across the three spheres of government. And then lastly, we will then give progress in terms of the implementation of the medium-term strategic framework. House Chair, the first conceptual and theoretical aspect which we should consider is on the mandate of the department, which is ensuring that there is alignment of department strategic and annual plans and budget allocations with the government's medium-term strategic framework, which is a critical nexus in order for government to fully evaluate the impact of implementation of policies and legislation. Such implementation of policies and legislation should have been implemented through sufficient planning and financing.
Recording in progress.
Without adequate planning and sufficient resourcing, we cannot even evaluate whether policies and legislation are making the desired impact in society. With the said, the department will have to implement the budgeting prioritization framework, which ensures there is planning and budgeting nexus, an area which requires the department to develop a mechanism to ensure alignment is a policy implementation prioritization framework which ensures that programs developed by various departments and entities give full expression to the object of policies and legislation. This also speaks to the causal links of planning and budgeting. Our observation as the ANC is that the budget is a critical focus, yet planning should be the initial causality of the budgeting process. This, honorable members, take us to the debate and problem of unfunded mandates. The unfunded mandates are a result of multiple factors, with resource allocation as a critical factor, and in other instances, poor planning results in unfunded mandates. Planning is a fundamental in giving full expression to a mandate of a department, and resource allocation should be a consequence of comprehensive planning. To ensure that planning and prioritization is sufficiently undertaken to ensure optimum impact of implementation of various mandates of state organs. A policy implementation prioritization framework can be a critical intervention to increase the impact of policies and legislation. Therefore, unfunded mandates, House Chair, need to be evaluated on a continuous basis to ascertain aspects which are not being implemented, to enable a continuous assessment of strategies that can be developed within allocated funds, as such unfunded mandates respond to a problem which persists. House Chair, we need to also focus on strengthening the authority of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation in relation to the authority of its recommendations that it makes. Without sufficient authority of enforcement and non-compliance to its recommendation creates a weakness in the mandate of the department. Therefore, the strategic location of the department in the presidency is to ensure that there is strategic coordination as the role of the ministry is embedded in the strategic mandate of the presidency. The presidency is mandated to ensure that the president can execute his constitutional responsibilities in leading and galvanizing government and society to implement the electoral mandate. House Chair, legislative or policy intervention are critical with regard to ensuring the government machinery is synchronized and function in a reinforced manner. Therefore, monitoring key medium-term strategic framework, targets and enabling interventions by the cabinet and the president is pivotal if the department is to realize the object of its existence in the presidency. House Chair, another key area, which is the third one, which we have overemphasized, is the fact that this recent Auditor General Municipal Audit Report has reflected citing poor planning and weakness in reporting, which is caused by the quality of information provided and standards of performance indicators. I believe that the Deputy Minister Morolong has also alluded to this issue of quality of information. In her report, the Auditor General makes an observation of a weakness on their side of the lack of sufficient scrutiny of performance information due to a significant focus on financial performance. Such a weakness is due to a focus on finances without adequately factoring in the significance of performance planning, performance information, and performance reporting as key areas which require enhanced intervention. This, honorable members, is linked to enhancing the authority of the department to prevail on performance management matters. As Chair, the department has to increase its human capabilities and capacity to strengthen planning in government beyond conceptual planning through strategic plans and annual performance planning, but getting into strengthening operational planning, which is currently not sufficiently scrutinized nor required by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. Therefore, it is important that we ensure that all state organs have adequate operational plans, which give expression to the APP, or the annual performance plan, which will enable the effective monitoring of the budget prioritization framework. Fourth one, they need to ensure that we entrench the district development model across all three spheres of government. Very critical, Chair, because institutionalizing intergovernmental relations at a decentralized level by all spheres of government cannot be overemphasized. Therefore, House Chair, developing economies from a district level through aligned national and provincial economic planning is crucial, as districts have both the comparative and competitive advantages which can be leveraged for economic development. And therefore, we recognize that the department is able to convey the district indicators which will be able to help the district development model. The last area, Chair.
Sorry, honorable member, to assist you because you don't have a timing.
Yes.
You've got 1 minute and 48 seconds.
Thank you, House Chair. Chair, the progress on the implementation of the medium-term strategic implementation was adequately canvassed by Minister Marupini Ramokopa, and the areas that she covered from the need to strengthen the capable and ethical developmental state capacity was alluded to. And she also made reference to the economic transformation and job creation. It's important just to reiterate the fact that in terms of a capable and ethical developmental state, we appreciate progress that is made in regard to the professionalization framework. We also appreciate the work that is done in terms of the economic transformation in regard to special economic zones. More so the announcement by the cabinet that Namakwa special economic zone will also be prioritized. The third point, Chair, appreciating progress that we have made in regard to education skills needs, but more than that, the fact that the national health insurance system is now on the road to this house, but also what is quite critical, Chair, is that we observe that key progress areas has been made by the ANC-led government. And for such progress to be attained, planning is critical, and the sectoral monitoring reports of the department aids intervention and a strategic focus of government. On that note, House Chair, the ANC support the vote of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Mima. Honorable members, now I would like to recognize Honorable D. Christian, DA.
Is it the wash working? No, there's no time.
Mind good. Yes.
I'll check the.
Okay. Let us.
That's fine, I can see.
Okay, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable Minister, and fellow South Africans, good day. Youth unemployment and empowerment of persons with disabilities have become critical issues, and the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities have failed to address these pressing matters. The department's budget, annual performance plan, and program for the upcoming year paints a picture of inefficiency and neglect. Let us start with the issue of youth unemployment. Despite a minor decrease in youth unemployment rates, the labor market remains hostile to our young citizens. The number of unemployed youth has increased by 2% to a staggering 4.8 million. This alarming figure clearly indicates the department's inability to create an environment conducive to youth unemployment. The so-called National Youth Development Program has proven to be nothing more than empty promises and ineffective initiatives. While the department applauds the reduction in youth unemployment, it conveniently ignores the fact that this decrease is a mere drop in the ocean. It fails to acknowledge the systemic issues that continue to plague our youth, denying them their constitutional rights to show social justice, social integration, and inclusion. The National Youth Policy 2020-2030, which they boast about, is merely a document devoid of substantial action and impact. The monitoring and evaluation framework developed by the department is nothing more than a smokescreen. While it claims to enhance accountability and measure impact, the reality is that it is just another bureaucratic tool that does little to address the urgent needs of our youth. The framework's complexity and lack of tangible outcomes reflect the department's misplaced priorities and its failure to deliver real results. Furthermore, the collaboration with the National Youth Development Agency is nothing but a facade. The integrated youth development strategy that they celebrate is a patchwork of uncoordinated initiatives that do little to address the root causes of youth unemployment. The NYDA itself has been plagued by mismanagement and a lack of clear direction, rendering it ineffective in its mission to support and empower our young people. Turning our attention to persons with disabilities, it is disheartening to witness the budget's disregard, the department's disregard for their rights and well-being. The Advocacy and Mainstreaming Chief Directorate, responsible for ensuring the inclusion and empowerment of people with disabilities, is severely understaffed and also lacks the necessary human resources to fulfill its mandate. This glaring oversight reveals the department's negligence and disrespect towards this marginalized group. The slow progress in developing disability legislation is a clear indication of the department's apathy towards the rights of persons with disabilities. Relying on external parties and dragging their feet in the development processes showcases a lack of commitment and urgency. The misalignment between national, provincial, and local government further highlights the department's failure to create a cohesive and comprehensive agenda for disability rights. The appointment of disability focal persons is a mere token gesture, with many lacking decision-making powers or influence. Programs for persons with disabilities are absent from the annual performance plans of departments and the integrated development plans of municipalities, emphasizing the department's negligence in ensuring adequate budget allocation and meaningful support. First and foremost, the department must overhaul its approach to youth unemployment. It needs to move beyond superficial policies and empty rhetoric and instead focus on tangible solutions. This means investing in job creation initiatives, providing quality education and skills development programs, and fostering an environment that supports entrepreneurship and economic transformation. The department must prioritize the needs of our youth and ensure that their constitutional rights to social justice and inclusion are upheld. Additionally, the department must address the glaring shortcomings in its collaboration with the National Youth Development Agency. The NYDA should be a driving force in empowering young people, but it has become a bureaucratic mess, plagued by mismanagement and inefficiency. The department must take immediate steps to rectify the situation, providing the NYDA with clear guidance, effective leadership, and the necessary resources to carry out its mandate. When it comes to persons with disabilities, the department's neglect is deeply concerning. It must urgently address the lack of human resources within the Advocacy and Mainstreaming Chief Directorate. Without a fully capacitated team, the department cannot effectively advocate for the rights of persons with disabilities and ensure their inclusion in all aspects of society. Furthermore, the department must expedite the development of disability legislation. Relying on external parties and stalling the process is a disservice to persons with disabilities who deserve equal rights and opportunities. The department must take ownership of this process, actively engaging with stakeholders and expediting the necessary steps to enact comprehensive disability legislation. In conclusion, Chairperson, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities has failed in its mandate to uplift and empower women, youth and persons with disabilities. It is imperative that the department takes immediate action to rectify these shortcomings, prioritize the needs of the most vulnerable citizens in our society, and work towards creating a society that is truly inclusive and equitable to all. The Democratic Alliance remains committed to ensuring accountability within the department and advocating for the rights and well-being of our women, youth, and persons with disabilities. As we approach the 2024 elections, we are determined to bring about the realization of the Moonshot Pact, which will result in the ANC being unseated. Through this endeavor, we will create a safer environment for women, provide ample job opportunities for youth, and ensure that individuals with disabilities are treated with the utmost dignity and respect they deserve. I thank you, Chairperson.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Member. We now proceed to Honorable Fanta. Honorable Fanta is virtual.
Thank you,
Honorable Fanta, please proceed.
Thank you.
And speak closer to the mic and speak a bit louder, a bit slower, and so on, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of NCOP, Deputy Chairperson of NCOP, ministers and deputy ministers present here, and all the MECs from various provinces. I rise here on behalf of the Eastern Cape government to participate in this very important debate on matters affecting youth, women, and persons with disabilities. This debate takes place at a time where, as a country, are commemorating the Youth Month under the theme Accelerating Youth Economic Emancipation
for a sustainable future. Therefore, accelerating an economic empowerment of young people, women, and those with disabilities have never been this urgent. It is therefore important to ensure that we reinforce our efforts in calling for equalization of opportunities, lifelong learning, and economic opportunities for youth. As described by national policy framework, the issue of these vulnerable groups as a province has been put under Premier's office so that decisions are taken. Also, in all government departments, these groups are under HODs so that serious decisions are taken. Honorable members, there is a great consensus that we need to scale up in our youth development interventions now more than ever. This means we must scale up skill development initiatives targeting this group of young people. Furthermore, the empowerment and development of youth and women through funding of income generation cooperatives, skill development and support programs constitute a key strategy to realize social transformation of local communities in the Eastern Cape province. In partnership with NYDA and other stakeholders, 1,916 young people will benefit from skills development programs and will expand coverage and diversity of youth skill development program to the tune of 10 million Siyakuba, Upper Eastern Cape. Again, many young people in our province carry the heavy load of student debts. This affects their aspirations to improve their lives and livelihood of their families. Last year, as Eastern Cape provincial government, we intervened to provide students debt relief for an amount of 50 million for students in our 4 local universities. Again this year, the Premier of Eastern Cape pronounced in the State of the Province address our intent as a province to invest another 50 million to assist students in distress. Now, this is a sign of a caring government. We don't have empty promises. Honorable members, a few years ago, the Eastern Cape provincial government set up a fund educating for young people, and that fund is called Isikalo Youth Fund. The aim was to assist young entrepreneurs to take the first step into the world of business. There is now more demand for Isikalo seed funding from young entrepreneurs in our province. This fund has grown from strength to strength, and an amount of 100 million has been committed over the 3 years for this fund. The province is confident this investment in the young people of our province will give us better returns in terms of job creation. Honorable Chairperson, the young people are also vulnerable to a plethora of social ills. Young people are exposed to self-destruction, unhealthy and risky behaviors, which prevent them from reaching their potential. Our provincial outlook on teenage pregnancy records 17.1% of teenage girls between 10 and 19 years fall pregnant. We have also introduced social behavior change program as an immediate intervention that enables young people to make more informed choices to reduce HIV and AIDS infection and prevent teenage and unplanned pregnancies. An amount of 10.5 million has been set aside to support 14 organizations that provide social behavior change programs in our communities, targeting about 62,477 beneficiaries. Substance abuse by young people affects everyone in all societies, either directly or indirectly. Hence, combined impact of these challenges on individuals and families is profound, and the need for urgent, collective, consistent action could not be clearer. To this effect, the Executive Council has approved Provincial Drug Master Plan 2022-2027 to ensure, amongst other things, that those who need treatment, aftercare and support have access to it. Chairperson, founding father of our democracy, had women in mind when they said South Africa should be a democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, prosperous country where people live together in harmony, enjoy equal opportunities. African National Government is leading from the front in terms of affirming women in leadership position with 50-50 policies. As a result, gender parity has been achieved in political leadership structures of municipalities, provincial government departments, national government departments. In our province, Eastern Cape, we pride ourselves for attaining 60-40 split for MECs in favor of women. Same applies in HODs of our government departments. We pride ourselves 60-40 split in favor of women. For the first time after 29 years, as Eastern Cape, we have a woman who is the secretary of our legislature for the first time. Those are the benefits of our government that respect women empowerment. At the sixth administration, Honorable Chairperson, we are equally committed to upscaling our intentions and intervention, ensuring the full participation of women in our provincial economy. Although 7,298 women-owned Eastern Cape-based businesses benefited from provincial government procurement spent to the value of 413 million in the previous financial year. We pride and we pressure provincial executive and give them a direction to increase that furthermore, because we need the 40% spent on women-owned Eastern Cape-based businesses. As furthermore, we still continue to prioritize interventions that promote the rights of women to achieve gender equality through implementation of skill development, advocacy, and sexual reproductive health and rights programs benefiting 9,400 women and 21 women-led initiatives. The Department of Social Development is further partnering with UNFPA in developing the provincial women empowerment equity strategy, which will provide guidance for the development and empowerment of women in the province. The pandemic of violence against women and children is still very much prevalent. This financial year, 86,253 people are to benefit from response, care, and support programs to victims of gender-based violence and femicide. Furthermore, we will implement skill development programs for survivors of crime and violence in partnership with the VEP-funded organization, NDA Business and Private Sector in 5 districts, which is Amatole, Krisane, Jokabi, Waterman, Nelson Mandela. Honorable members, greater focus is being made in promoting the social well-being and socio-economic empowerment of persons with disabilities, advancing their integration into the mainstream society. There are about 34 community-based rehabilitation projects and 9 social services organizations for provision of community-based rehabilitation services, targeting 21,984 family members for benefiting to the tune of 129 million. Abantu with disabilities nabo bahoyekile. We intensify our efforts towards the realization of NDP directives, which calls for accelerating efforts to ensure the mainstream of disability to the extent to planning to service delivery and development intentions aimed at fighting unemployment, inequality, and poverty. I agree that we need to strengthen the extent of self-representation by persons with disabilities across strategic institutions. This includes their representation in governance structures and
as you conclude, Honorable Fanta.
And the meaningful involvement of the representation organization in design, policy, service, and monitoring processes. And as I conclude, Chairperson, we highly appreciate our chance to be given to debate this, and as Eastern Cape, we support the budget. And we're saying, thank you
very much. We'll now proceed to Honorable S. Tolashe.
Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Deputy Chairperson, Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, all chairpersons present, MECs from provinces that are represented here. Good afternoon. Honorable Chairperson, ndivumele nam, ndime nenkokheli zelizwe, nombutho wam, nditsho ndithi, silele sinyembezana, uwile umntu omkhulu. Sikuvile ukuwa kwegorhakazi, lembokotho elinembali ecacileyo, ukulwa umzabalazo wabantu, elibe ligorhakazi, ebelitshotshela phambili ngalo lonke ixesha kusiliwa. Iinduma zakho zingaphambili, Comrade Dina, hamba uyolala kakuhle, umsebenzi omhle wenzile, ubhatso ulifezile. Honorable Chairperson, it gives me great pleasure to present here today because this opportunity gives our department an opportunity to solicit support of provinces in the implementation of programs such as the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, the Gender Responsive Planning, Budgeting, Monitoring, Evaluation, and Auditing Framework, and the Sanitary Dignitary Project, which is critical to keep young girls at school. Konke oku sihlalo bekekileyo kusikhumbuza one of our icon, xa ethi, I close quote, to be free is not merely to cast off one's chain, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of other, close quote. Sisinya somzabalazo ke eso, uRholihlahla Mandela. Honorable Chairperson, young women and women with disabilities will never be free as long as this rage against them continues. Our mandate is clear. I want to express this one. Our mandate is clear, informed by the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Honorable Chair, in order to ensure that this strategic plan on gender-based violence is a living document, the department commenced the process of monitoring the integration of the plan during 2021-2022 financial year. To date, the department has reviewed the integration of this plan on gender-based violence priorities in the provincial departments, annual performance plan in Northwest, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and Gauteng. The department also reviewed district development plans for some of the municipalities in Northwest, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, Northern Cape, and Western Cape. Again, Honorable Chairperson, the department is in the process of providing feedback to the municipalities through an integrated governmental relations structures and special feedback sessions in order to give guidance on the integration of the NSP on gender-based violence and femicide priorities to the plans. This exercise enables municipalities to identify their leadership role in the fight against gender-based violence in line with their mandate and budget as such. Working with SALGA, the department was involved in the induction program of councillors with the main objective of sharing information of the role of local political leadership in leading the fight against gender-based violence through the localization of our NSP on gender-based violence. The role of the political leadership on the localization of the gender response planning, budgeting, monitoring, and auditing framework was also covered during these sessions. As a result, Honorable Chairperson, working with SALGA and COCTA, we have established rapid response teams in 6 provinces, which are Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, Gauteng, Free State, Mpumalanga, and KwaZulu-Natal. The function of these structures is to lead, coordinate, and monitor the multi-stakeholder efforts in the municipality to fight gender-based violence and ensure accountability. It is also to ensure that victims are provided with the coordinated support from all the stakeholders, including departments and civil society organizations, whenever there is an incident of gender-based violence.
Honorable Chair, we are in the process of building the capacity of rapid responses teams in order to ensure that they effectively execute their function in leading the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. The Beogo Enterprise and Development will, in partnership with Africa Takin, place 43 unemployed graduates at the municipalities where there are rapid response teams. Another project, Honorable Chair, that the department has been implementing in partnership with the province of the 100-day challenge in alignment with National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. In this case, each department has been given a special focus based on the pillars. For example, Francis Bart in the Northern Cape aimed to reduce sexual offenses, while the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality focuses on the evidence-informed programs, safety audits, and actions to reduce gender-based violence. The Mangaung in Free State concentrate on the goal that to reduce the maintenance case backlog by 75% within 100 days and increase the finalization rate of maintenance cases from 51% to 75%. Greater Tzaneen in Limpopo aimed to increase the reporting of rape cases by 80%, with a particular emphasis on rural areas. Lijoel Putswa in Free State focuses on the increasing the referral of new gender-based violence cases reported by 300% to enhance response care, support, and healing. In Limpopo, Honorable Chair, and Mpumalanga, aiming into increasing engagement on gender-based violence and femicide and sexual harassment. The Exaro within 100 days and initiated a campaign to ensure that 10,000 pledges. These challenges fostered collaboration, innovation, and discipline execution, leading to a tangible impact in addressing the gender-based violence. Honorable Chairperson, we're currently making follow-up in the Western Cape on serious gender-based violence case, which was picked up during the district development model of Imbizo at the Drakenstein municipality, at the OR Tambo in Lusikisiki in the Eastern Cape. We don't leave any stone unturned as the GBV in this time around. However, the scourge will not end until we will take responsibility to prevent it and report to law enforcement where it arises. Honorable Chairperson, the persons with disability are the most affected by lack of access to quality education, economy inclusion, health, and transport facilities. Therefore, it can be said that majority of them live in poverty, despite the social grants, because disability on its own is costly. Poverty specifically is not a single factor, but rather it's characterized by multiple physical and psychological factors. Whilst they experience many challenges, there are positive developments that we are worth celebrating, Honorable Chairperson. We welcome the approval by Parliament on two important legislative mandates on the ratification of the AU Protocol on Disability, which is due to be deposited in the African Union, and the constitutional amendment of South Africa's sign language as the 12th official language of South Africa, as the Minister had already indicated. Honorable Chairperson, despite the constitutional guarantee for equal access to opportunities in education, employment, and health for all, including persons with disability, and prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability, persons with disability remain disadvantaged among South Africa's poor and uneducated. In response to this challenge, the department hosted a national summit to access to education for persons with disabilities in partnership with the Department of Basic Education, followed by the Economic Summit and for persons with disability to identify gaps and challenges and limiting barriers to access into the mainstream economy by persons with disabilities. The summit sought to further maximize the active participation of persons with disability in all economic initiatives, interventions, and opportunities created by government and private sector as employees and entrepreneurs. This year, Honorable Chairperson, will be hosting and collaborating with the Department of Transport a national summit on access to transport for persons with disabilities. The data collected by the DPSC on employment of persons with disability in the public sector shows that only 1% on employment person with disability, and therefore deliberate the concert effort should be made to reach the 7% targeted by 2023 in line with the National Development Plan. Honorable Chair, the department has identified a number of barriers that limit access to employment of persons with disability. One of those identified was the perception regarding provision of reasonable accommodation, and to that end, department research on the cost. Honorable Chairperson, we have conducted awareness, and we are confident that with all the information at our hand, we will be able to address the challenges that are faced by both the women, gender-based violence, and people with disability. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We will now proceed to Honorable Tim Roderson. Tim Roderson. Please proceed, Tim.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members. I don't know what to say, Honorable Minister, but I don't know if the Minister or the DM are here. So anyway, I'm sure they're listening.
They're here.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much. Well, I don't think Honorable Kekana is here. Oh, there you are, Honorable Kekana. Okay, fantastic. Sorry. Anyway, welcome, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister. I'm glad you are here because I'm going to chat about you later. All right, this combined debate includes reflection on the budget for planning, monitoring, and evaluation. It is common cause that this department is neatly housed under the presidency, existing to support the government's strategic objectives and priorities. In other words, the government's predetermined objectives. The problem with predetermined outcomes is that those tasked with achieving them become blinded by the end goal at all costs, to the point of ignoring reality. Dr. Tabisi Huaini from the University of South Africa in Pretoria has said as follows: public discourse has been focused on the role of the new Ministry of Electricity, but what is ignored is that curious ministry located in the presidency for planning, monitoring, and evaluation. If there's a ministry that is useless, it is this one. What does this ministry plan? There are already government plans to be implemented by each ministry. Ostensibly, this ministry monitors what other ministries are doing. But for what purpose? Does the country really need a minister and a deputy minister to watch what other ministries are doing? Why not just an administrative unit within the presidency to do this? Minister Ramokgopa stood up, she was on the screen earlier, well, she said it was her. Anyway, yes, we'll believe her. She appeared on the screen and said, effectively summarized what all the other departments were doing. That's not evaluation, that's summarizing. There's no skill in that. What about evaluation? Ostensibly, this means that this ministry assesses whether other ministries are performing or not, and to report to the president to take appropriate action. But the reality is that these ministries misfire every year, and the president never acts. An example is the following. Ministers are wantonly disregarding the ministerial handbook on stipulations about their benefit, yet nothing is done about this. All the above indicate that South Africa is a land of political pork. The ANC is so beholden to so many interests that it has to accommodate so many, to the point where people are employed to do nothing. This is particularly true of Deputy Minister Pinky Kekana, who was hauled before the Parliamentary Ethics Committee for receiving 170,000 rand from the notorious Edwin Saudi, the serial tenderpreneur and serial promise breaker. To add insult to injury, the Ethics Committee allowed Deputy Minister Kekana to keep secret the reasons why she received the Saudi cash in the first place. Absolutely bizarre. This issue was raised by the Zondo Commission, but like all other commissions, is inconvenient to the hyenas of corruption, and as such is ignored and buried bit by bit. The end result is that the DPME is an obedient poodle rather than an aggressive watchdog, kicking up a fuss only when the ANC agenda trumps the interest of the people. Another example of fastidiously backing predetermined fantasies and ignoring the facts on the ground is the lack of implementation of what the department trumpets as localization of interventions. The department fails at this hurdle when it realizes that these local interventions actually mean decentralization. And that's where the buffering and the short-circuiting starts. You see, to quote the Honorable Mbele from the DA has long advocated for the principle of decentralization, whereby local and provincial governments that are proven to be competent should be able to take the lead role in planning and implementation in areas of concurrent governance and concurrent competence, with the necessary management authority and resources from the national fiscus in order to better meet the needs of the communities. But the minister and her compromised deputy minister would rather be dragged through a field of glass than assist the DA with its objectives, no matter how sensible or how good they are. If the National Development Plan is indeed taken seriously by this government, then it must be given ample opportunity to be pursued in the multiple and adaptive ways through a decentralized model. The critical issue to understand is what the government's strategic priorities are. Whilst the DPME's APP, the Annual Performance Plan, cites the Constitution and a raft of other documents, we all know that the sun is setting on the ANC. Ilanga liashona ANC. And the real priorities are cronyism and cadre deployments. I knew they'd get a rise out of you. Anyway, to get as much as, and the priority is to get as much as possible when they can and ship it off to their friends in Russia, China, and the UAE while they still can. In this context, all the documents and plans mean absolutely nothing to South Africa's struggling to survive. Minister Zulu, who spoke earlier in the House in the previous debate, was quite right that you can't turn around 500 years of oppression in such a short space of time. She's quite correct. But unfortunately, it does not land that point when the people of South Africa see this government stealing and looting as much as they possibly can along the way. If they saw a genuine attempt to turn things around, then they would understand. And the NCOP Christian said that none of that has happened. Remember the Zondo Commission? Go and have a look. Right. Then also she mentioned the homeless. Well, you know why people are on the street? Because you've stuffed up the economy. That's why. That's exactly why. If this TPME was serious, it would immediately recommend, Chairperson, what's the thing about drowning the speaker? Thank you.
Yeah, no.
If this TPME
Sure
was serious,
I can remind you now that that team is raising it.
if
There's
this
nothing wrong with heckling. As a starting point, nothing wrong with heckling. But as long as of course, the condition is that you must do it in such a way that you don't drown the speaker. So please proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. If this department was serious, it would immediately recommend that government get out of the way and allow business and civic stakeholders to play more of an active role in harnessing our country's resources and unleashing the massive potential out there to create value that expands opportunities and improves livelihoods. If this department meant business, it would urge the presidency to immediately completely deregulate power regulation and provide incentives to homeowners to employ solar and to allow new members to come in for local and provincial governments to innovate through partnerships that can solve the load shedding crisis. If this government cared about the working class, it would recommend the deregulation of the labor regime to remove the barriers and incentives to labor-intensive industry and other economic activity that it can absorb the massive pool of unskilled and particularly inexperienced surplus labor. But this government is not serious about any of the above. It's only serious about propping up President Ramaphosa's regime with the predetermined outcomes and to hell with the rest. How else does one explain the focus of the budget on administration, which is civil servants speak for fat salaries, and relegating evidence and knowledge systems to the bottom of the expenditure greased pole? How else can you explain the focus when you realize that the research projects initiated in order to support the implementation of the NDP have been reduced from 4 to 1? How else do you explain it when you realize that the number of stakeholder engagement reports produced per year has suffered exactly the same fate, from number 4 to number 1? Even the minister is concerned that local governments are still lagging behind when it comes to the regulation and coordination of the country's planning and monitoring systems. She has conceded that there is a disconnect at municipal level between the spheres of government that is closest to communities and needs the services. To make a specific point, how does the minister align the state of water and sanitation in eThekwini and the seeming inability of the municipal department to spend the money allocated it to? They've only spent 38% so far, with the toothless approach of the Department of Water and Sanitation that cannot even force compliance with directives and even court action. The reality is that this department is lacking in the following areas: institutional ownership of monitoring and evaluation, organizational understanding of the role of monitoring and evaluation, clear knowledge management strategy, human resources, technical capacity, and poorly designed results frameworks and organizational goals. Honorable Labuschagne, I'm glad she's rejoined us, said earlier, show me your budget and I will show you your priorities. The priorities evident, the priorities required that are spelled out above are not evident in this budget, and as such, the Democratic Alliance cannot support it. I will tell you what is happening from a PME point of view. The DA is planning victory in 2024. We are monitoring the progress of the Moonshot Pact, especially in KZN. And South Africans will monitor how we turn South Africa around. Siyabonga.
Our next speaker is Honorable Ndongeni. Not unless your name has been removed from the list. If that's not the case, then the next person there is supposed to be Honorable Mdau. Please proceed.
Thank you, NCOP Chairperson Honorable Amos Masondo, the Chairperson of the Select Committee, Ministers and Deputy Ministers in the Presidency, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Members of the NCOP, fellow South Africans. When she presented the Statistics SA budget vote on the 9th of May, 2023, the Honorable Minister in the Presidency, Ms. Khumbuzo Ntshabeni, indicated that, I quote, Statistics South Africa, as the agency responsible for the product of official statistics and coordination of our national statistics system, has an important role to play in government's attainment of our country's developmental goal, as set out in the National Development Agency, close quote. This therefore implies that for us to achieve our objectives for Vision 2030, we need an informed and reliable source to allocate our resources for a better life for all. This assertion has been emphasized further again by the Honorable Minister in the Stats SA work program for 2023-2024. On it, she states that data and information are key to ensure that the policies that we develop are based on facts and not anecdote. Honorable Chairperson, Statistics SA is a very critical component for our planning because science has proven that when you have committed yourselves to the search for most valid results, you aim at achieving this at all costs. In the book titled The Practice of Social Research, Babi et al. Have indicated that, I quote, even when the scientific community accepts certain point of view, hypothesis and theories has valid and plausible with this acceptance is based on the best available evidence at a given point in time. We in South Africa, therefore, rely in various institutions for evidence on socioeconomic challenges faced by our people, such as Stats SA. the challenges faced by our people, such as Stats SA. The Statistics Act number 6 of 1999, on the other hand, states that the purpose of official statistics is to assist organs of state, businesses, other organs of public in planning, decision-making, or other actions, monitoring or assessment of policies, decision-making, and other actions. The above therefore serves as a critical reason for the existence of Stats SA. Above all, it is the reason for its existence. Hence, there is a need to ensure that it is well capacitated and allocated the resources that is required for function optimally. It is because of the data from the Stats SA that we know today that the majority of our people faces immense challenges with their livelihoods. Today, we know that based on Census 2022 results, females are more impoverished than males, with poverty headcount of 58.6% as compared to 54.9% of males. Cervical cancer incidence and mortality rates were highest amongst Black African women. White males had the highest protest cancer incident rates, followed by colored males, while Black African and Asian Indian had lower and almost the same incident rates. Almost 2/3 of agricultural households are in KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and Limpopo combined. 41.5% of households in Limpopo use solid fuel for cooking as compared to 10.9% nationally. The above are but just some of the key findings of the census, and they will definitely help us to develop proper plan and allocation of our resources towards the achievements of our National Development Plan. On program performance, honorable members, the Statistics SA has a total of 7 programs which addresses various areas of performance that includes administration, economic statistics, population and social statistics, methodology and statistics infrastructures, statistical support in informatics, statistical operations, and provincial coordination, and lastly, South African National Statistics System. We are waiting eagerly to receive the 2022-2023 annual audited report for Stats SA. We hope that it will do better in some program performance areas as compared to 2021-2022. I must say this because I have noted with concern that in 2021-2022, Stats SA did not do well in achievements of its targets, especially in Program 1, which is administration. The annual report for 2021-2022 has shown that we were able to achieve only 31.8% of our annual target. Also, Program 5 and Program 6 were at 50% and 58.3% respectively. It is a matter of concern that total of 68.2% of targets for Program 1 was not achieved, and we are hoping there will be a lot of improvement after the final audit of performance information for 2022-2023. However, we must also send our greatest appreciation for the performance of other programs in the same financial year. Program 7 achieved 100%. Program 2 and 3 were above 90%. Whereas Program 4 achieved 83.3%. This is a good story to tell and demonstrates accountability and the value for money for the taxpayers. We must emphasize that it is important for us to achieve 100% of all annual performance targets for all the programs. We also want to give assurance to the House that we will continue to support Stats SA and execute our oversight responsibilities to ensure that we achieve all the plans and targets as indicated in State SA work program for 2023 and 2024. As I conclude, let me quote the data scientist, Edward Dimini, on the importance of statistics. He once said, I quote, "Without data, you are just another person with an opinion," close quote. Lastly, but not least, we also extend our appreciation for the support and the role played by the NCOP members to ensure the promotion of cooperative government and intergovernmental relations. I support the budget vote. Thank you, House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mdaung. We'll now proceed to Honorable Lehi. Please proceed.
Chairperson. Chairperson, this year we are celebrating 10 years since the formation of the economic freedom fighters. It has been 10 years of fighting for the rights of women, youth, and persons living with disabilities, and 10 years of unbroken commitment of fighting for service delivery. We are celebrating 10 years of holding the executive accountable and monitoring service delivery in all spheres of government. Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters reject the budget vote for women, youth, persons with disabilities, planning, monitoring, and evaluation, and that statistics. We reject the budget of department which renders women vulnerable, as women still face a number of challenges in South Africa, such as poverty, unemployment, and violence. South Africa is a country with high levels of gender-based violence, and women remain vulnerable to violence in the form of assaults, sexual violence, and homicides at random within their communities, families, and especially from their intimate partners. So much so that the gender-based violence remains one of the most prevalent issues facing women and girls. This country continues to top international ranking of sexual violence and reported cases of rape. And levels of violence against women seems to be increasing rather than decreasing. This even though the South African Police Service reports decreases in the number of rapes per quarter. Women continue to marginalized, do not having access to land or employment, and have limited access to healthcare and education. The youth also continue to disadvantage in the labor market, with an unemployment rate higher than the national average. Girls and young women are particularly vulnerable to socio-economic challenge in South Africa, patriarchal society, and they often find themselves compromising their sexual and productive health to survive from day to day. Persons living with disabilities, deaf in particular, remain doubly disadvantaged because they face both discrimination and marginalization in society. Many of the 4 million deaf people in South Africa are frequently denied opportunity as the government has dragged its feet in recognizing sign language as official language. People living with disabilities of this country are not catered for in this budget. This budget does nothing to address the lack of access to adequate treatments and resources. Medical resources are still confined to the urban areas, whilst the number of disabled people is more in rural areas than in urban areas. The distance required to travel from more remote area to fund healthcare combined with fewer financial resources to travel are obstacles to accessing and benefiting from treatment. Center and home children disabled women in vulnerable state to this date. Ga bana dijo, motlakase, ga gona tshegetso epe go tswa go lefapha la basadi, bana le batho ba ba tshelang ka bogole. Ga gona le bathusi kgotsa dingaka go thusa bagodi. Mokgwa o mokgatlo o busang o sa thusing the vulnerable less a lot to be desired. In terms of infrastructure development, the majority of governmental buildings do not accommodate people on wheelchairs. Therefore, many of the opportunities, economic participation, they are included from participation. Silikaya Disability Center here in Western Cape houses over 100 people in backyards, one of their founding members' home. This has been going on for over 3 years, despite attempts to seek assistance from social development and other departments. Government has not responded positively to the request. Land has not been allocated to this NPO that is serving the vulnerable people of our country. Silikaya runs a garden project to feed and support its members. Puso e kgotsa letlole le ga bui ka thuso go batho ba tshelang ka bogole. Silikaya ke engwe ya mafelo a le mantsi mo Afrika Borwa a iponelang kgethollo e sisibanyang mmele go tswa go puso. There are many people in Silikaya and many other centers such as Twaragana Daycare Center for children with disability in Potchefstroom in Northwest, where there are no basic services such as sanitation, funding, access to school, resources such as wheelchairs, ramps, and technological devices to help them navigate daily lives. Under the watchful eye of this department, persons with disabilities have a lower level of educational attainment. Schools often have insufficient resources to accommodate children with disabilities, which leads to a higher number of children with disability living leaving the formal education system earlier than their non-disabled classmates. Chairperson, in Khakala location, for example, there is a high school which has a disabled learner, but there exist no ramps in that school. And there are many examples such as this, especially in the forgotten rural areas. Children with disabilities are bullied or excluded from activities at school, which increase the risk of them dropping out. Whilst participating in the labor force is also an ongoing challenge for persons with disabilities. Those who find work, often part-time jobs, are paid less and are less likely to be promoted. Unstable employment and insufficient financial resources lead to many persons with disability being reliant on their families on social programs, which puts them in a more vulnerable position. Your budget doesn't speak to how to address these challenges. It is therefore for this reason that we reject this budget. Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters have also, on this and other platforms, always maintained that there is no monitoring of service delivery. And this is why it will take 20 years to give our people water despite all ANC president's promises. We have a period of 10 years that there is no evaluation of government programs to ensure that departments do not do what they plan according to budget allocated. And our people indeed are receiving services. And we have said since 2014 that we must close the Department of Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation. We said there is no need to have a Minister of Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation. We need to do away with this ministry as a start. We were correct in 2014. We were correct in 2019. We are still correct even today. We need to reduce the number of ministries because we still have ministries that are not adding value, but are only used to manage squabble inside the ANC. We must go back to one ministry for education. We must combine social development and health. We must combine human settlement, water, and sanitation. Chairperson, it is appear that there is well-coordinated and deliberate effort to collapse and reduce statistics SA into a weak institution. Since we arrived here in Parliament in 2014, we have consistently raised our concern with all budget cuts that Stats SA has suffered. When we say we reject the proposed budget for Stats SA by the Minister of Finance, we don't mean that we don't want any money allocated to Stats SA. We mean that we reject budgets that the failure to allocate adequate resources of Stats SA. Any budget doesn't seek fundamental changes in the government structure. Economic opportunities, support and funding aimed at improving ordinary life of the disabled can never be welcomed by the EFF. This department has failed the women of this country. It has failed youth, people, and it has failed the differently abled. This budget is ignorant of the great agency needed to deal with the problems of young people and women in particular. We reject this budget.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Peter Gunn.
Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable House Chairpersons and Chief Whip, Honorable members of permanent as well as special delegates to the NCOP, ministers and deputy ministers in the presidency, board representatives who were here, and community-based organizations, of course. In absentia, let me also recognize the Ethiopian representatives, fellow South Africans. Honorable team, please make sure that you go through the Zondo Commission and even ask your representative in the Ethics Committee before you stand here and talk about me. Honorable Lihihi, women of South Africa are disappointed in you. You just gave us statistics on GBV. You have just spoke about how women and girls are vulnerable, including how persons living with disability are marginalized. Now, this Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability has to be there to help this vulnerable, to make sure that you even hold it accountable and make sure that those marginalized groups get the services. Thank you. Fellow South Africans, I would like to start out by paying homage to the late former Minister Tina Jumat-Peterson, a member of the National Assembly representing the ANC as the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Police. Death has a cruel way of reminding us that with the limited time we have on our hands, we must strive to make an indelible contribution to humanity. As an activist, this is what you dedicated a great part of your life to, Tina. Thanks to you, your kids, and family. Of course, you have left me and Miyoko, your friend, devastated. You fought many battles, and may you continue to rest in eternal peace and rise in glory. Lalangokolo, my friend. In his State of the Nation address, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa said, and I want to highlight parts of President's speech which are pertinent to today's discourse. And I quote, "We cannot proceed as we usually would. We are not presenting new plans. Rather, we are concentrating on those issues that concern South Africans the most." Close quote. Fellow members of the NCOP, this was a State of the Nation address like no other. It was an instruction manual for all government departments detailing which challenges we need to resolve and how to overcome them, with a very specific ask that we focus on solutions. Our president, as our head of state, called us all to action. He did not call us to make more speeches, speak words of wisdom, or develop new strategies without action. He specifically said, we are not presenting new plans and that we cannot proceed as we usually would. Our president needs us to deliver on his words with action and solutions, whether on water, where the DA is unable to deliver in Hammanskraal, whether on roads, whether on all infrastructure related, including electricity, with action and solutions on existing plans and strategies, and to meet the targets and goals of APPs that are transparent and clear for everyone to deliver on. So if we can't spend as municipalities, as departments, it's a serious challenge for our people because we are denying our people on service delivery. The DPM is responsible for ensuring operational and sustainable value chains to plan, implement, evaluate, and ensure long-term planning across the three spheres of government. So, Ekuop, Dai Akbare, Leicester, we are responsible for ensuring our APPs are operational and the sustainable value chain to our plans. And Akbare team, Jemut Leicester, our APP as the DPM is driven by a single objective, leaving no one behind in implementing the NDP, SDGs, and Agenda 2063 for Africa. This means for us at the DPME that our role is to ensure there is planning to meet these targets and to monitor and evaluate the actions and delivery by all spheres of government. This is what we have been doing, and this is what we are going to do, to continue to do through the DDM, but with even more focus and even more expectation of targets and goals to be met by all government departments, all spheres of government for the next budget period. So I stand before you today with another clear instruction from the President's State of the Nation address, and I quote, "If we work together, act boldly and decisively, leaving no one behind, we'll be able to resolve our challenges." Close quote. According to the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable N.A. Masondo, On the occasion of the policy debate on budget vote 2, the NCOP has 9 transformational targets set for 2023-24, all in the next context of reduced budget, which is impacting the state as a whole. On this basis, and on behalf of the DPME, as a collaborative government, I want to invite you to do what our president has asked for us, to work together, to act boldly and decisively, play our oversight, to leave no one behind, including Honorable Lihihi, to spend as national, provinces, and local, because our people needs these services. In working together, we mitigate the issues of duplicated costs, as well as having to outcome a higher, wider, and deeper impact, especially in conducting oversight visits and service delivery inspections. Come and join us and see the kind of oversight we are doing. We are able to make better and quicker decisions because there are more decision makers present with more varied cut-crossing issues identified and challenges resolved due to the combination of APP targets and goals across the 3 spheres of government. Now, as a result, today, the poorest people live in the furthest away from their place of work. And this has been created by UDA. Place of work, far from education, far from access to opportunities, thereby impacting them with higher costs of transport and limiting their access to facilities and opportunities. As you knew, the DPME is responsible for the operationalization of planning through the institutionalization of the National Development Plan and promoted by the National Planning Commission. And I can assure you, the review that the NPC is doing currently is going to bring our people closer to town. That which you are doing, Beigrabo, daarbij clear waters, not clear waters, sword water, whatever, we are bringing our people back. You'll see. They will never work very far from their place of work. Work is being done on redistribution, on infrastructure, on agriculture and climate change in the economic environment in efforts to improve the performance of the economy and reducing the cost of doing business in our country, which is critical for the growth of the economy. Chairperson, quite clearly, as this government and department were mandated to monitor and evaluate the collective delivery actions of government, of involvement, responsiveness, and accountability. We offer our support to the NCOP and guidance from the NDP's mechanism, all to ensure the only outcome the president is interested in. And I quote for the final time from the President's State of the Nation address, and I quote, "The people of South Africa want action. They want solutions, and they want government to work for them." Malibongwe.
Thank you very much. We now proceed to Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members. Last week, we heard that South African women continue to bear the brunt of violent attacks. In the first 3 months of 2023, more than 10,000 women were raped. More than 1,000 attempted murders of women were reported. 969 women were killed, and over 15,000 women were assaulted. The IFP agrees with the recent Portfolio Committee report that the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities can and must do more. It must follow through on targets it has committed to, and not just drop them from their APP without explanation. The IFP is deeply concerned that targets related to monitoring and evaluation of police stations and Tutuzela care centers, as well as court monitoring, were discontinued and no longer appeared as targets in the APP under review. The women, children, and vulnerable persons who are victims of gender-based violence often report secondary victimization by the authorities and/or a lack of resources and support services. How can monitoring and evaluation of police stations, Tutuzela care centers, and courts be discontinued? Who will speak for the voiceless? The IFP is highly appreciative of the manner in which the Department of Statistics has upheld the value of transparency. The quarterly outputs issued by this department should by no means be taken as a rubber stamp activity. However, this is unfortunately our current reality. Will we ever reach a point where the government's commitment to the safety of women is paralleled by its successful and effective address of the savage violence women and children are subjected to? It seems as if the government is not tending to the statistics with the necessary levels of seriousness that is required. The Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation is tasked with leading the development of the National Development Plan by facilitating, influencing and supporting effective planning, monitoring and evaluation of government's programs which are aimed at improving service delivery, outcomes and the impact on society. Therefore, the policies underpinned by the NDP should take into consideration all the people in South Africa in their demographic diversity. In this regard, women constitute a very important policy constituency, making up 52% of the nation, and moreover are the reproducers of the nation. Consequently, any policy that is gender blind or lack the necessary urgency for implementation as it relates to women is simply unacceptable. It is of paramount importance that government allocates a budget which is appropriate to the needs and functions of all three of the departments. However, it is equally important that these departments maintain their accountability by delivering on their stipulated strategic and annual performance plans. In consideration of the comments made, the IFP accepts the budget for the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation and Statistics South Africa. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hadebe. We'll move over to Honorable Debate.
I'm closer, Minister. Please. Honorable Chair, the Freedom Front Plus believes in equal rights and opportunities for all South Africans, regardless of their race, gender, age, or disability. We're aware of the high youth unemployment rate in the country, but currently government through legislation makes provision for youth and women and persons with disabilities of previously disadvantaged backgrounds to be considered for employment opportunities. But what about the rest, Chair? What about all the women and children and persons with disabilities who do not qualify, the ones that do not wear the label, the ones that can't and do not want to place the race card? Ek kan nie agbare lede uit ondervinding meedeel dat satisfactory reality that all South Africans are facing. Voorreg gehad, voorsitter, om in 2022 met 'n groep leerders by 'n plattelandse skool te kon praat, aangesien daar van hulle was wie die druk van armoede, honger en diskriminasie op die ergste graad ervaar het. Daar is altyd hoop. Chair, it's always a privilege to look into the eyes of young minds, individuals with so much potential. Die kort en die lank, voorsitter, is dat die Afrikaner en ander minderheidsgroepe se jeug reeds so baie vermag het en dit steeds doen. Voorsitter, hulle is bewys dat die regering se transformasie aanslag nie suksesvol is nie en dat hulle teentransformeer. Julle teentransformeer, julle behou julle integriteit. Jong entrepreneurs word deur hierdie onderdrukking gekweek, voorsitter. Innoverende idees word omskep in werksgeleenthede. Deurdat die feit dat vriendekringe as 'n kollektief hierdie onderdrukking moet deurstaan, word daar groter ondersteuningsbasisse geskep. Ons dra mekaar, ons deel die pyn, ons deel die lag en ook ons eie toekoms. Deur druk omskep steenkool in diamante. En julle is onskatbare, julle is van onskatbare ware. Vroue, moeders van 'n volk, dames van die jeug, ons respekteer julle. Vir jare lank het die regering sy plig versaak. Julle is bewys dat julle self die oplossings bied. Geleenthede skep en nie van iets of iemand afhanklik is nie. Julle oorleef en floreer. Julle was in soveel gevalle slagoffers van plaasaanvalle. Tog bly julle sterk en bly die ankers in huishoudings en in gemeenskappe. Julle is in soveel gevalle die gedwonge broodwinners in die huis. Tog bly julle moeder, vrou en bastion. Julle is gerespekteerd, bron van liefde, voorbeeld van standvastigheid, fontein van kennis, pilaar in geloof en matriarg. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed to Honorable Parker. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers, fellow South Africans, good day once more. Today I stand before you to shed light on the shortcomings and highlight the importance of the Department of Statistics, South Africa. While we recognize the vital role of statistical information in shaping policies and driving development, we cannot overlook the significant challenges and concerns within the department that is meant to provide us with a statistical outlook of our country. First and foremost, let us address the budget allocations for the 23-24 financial year. It is disheartening to note that there has been a decrease in the overall budget, both in nominal and real terms. This decrease, amounting to minus 45.54% in nominal terms and minus 16.09 in real terms, is largely attributed to the census budget being a once-off project. Such a drastic reduction raises serious concerns about the department's ability to fulfill its mandate effectively and accurately. Clearly, the ANC government is unable to restrain the cost of living crisis. The inflation revealed by Stats SA is not just merely numbers, but it's symptoms of cost of living crisis at the core of South African households. The rampant cost of living crisis in South Africa warrants immediate, decisive action. Furthermore, the inability to fill vacancies within the department has had a negative impact in fulfilling its performance targets, as well as key positions, especially at senior management levels. We must question why the department has allowed the vacancy rate to increase to a staggering 20.7% by the end of September 2022. This trend is worrisome and raises doubts about the department's commitment to ensuring a capable and competent workforce. Moreover, the lack of financial resources allocated for the compensation of employees has hindered the department's ability to attract and retain skilled professionals. This directly affects the quality and reliability of statistical information produced by Stats SA. This is particularly worrisome
when glances at the statistics that this department develops, they frame key indicators of our country and therefore require a professional workforce. Without a competent and motivated workforce, how can we expect accurate and timely data to inform policy decisions? Additionally, the delayed tabling of the Draft Statistics Act Amendment Bill in Parliament raises concerns about the department's commitment to driving necessary reforms. While Cabinet approved the bill in September 2022, it is disheartening to see the lack of progress in its implementation. We urge the department to prioritize this crucial legislative reform to enhance the credibility and effectiveness of statistical information. It is essential for Stats SA to have a program aimed at capacitating all government departments and local government on key statistical findings to assist all spheres in planning, policy making, evidence-based decision-making, and budgeting. And even more important, that these findings are taken aboard. We call for transparency and greater collaboration between the producers and users of statistics to ensure that high-quality data is readily available